Right, for some strange reason, this lighting isn't very light. All on my lonesome on a Friday night. There, we've got someone. Who we got? Who are you? Who are you? Gone. I might restart this. I was just about to restart. I was just about to restart the stream. Hello, Julia. Are you all right, sweetheart? How's your day been? Has it been all right? I'll sit back a little bit so you can, see more. We can see more. Have you had a good day? I've had a good day. Ish. The insurance company has been in touch with me to let me know that they're prepared to not pay out anywhere near what the car's actually worth. Hold on, because I've only just realised I've got loads and loads of drum and bass going on in my head, which is highly inappropriate because I want to give you 100%. Hello, David. How you doing, mate? You all right? I sent off for that book, and after sending off for that book, I then kind of started looking into it. And we shall see. We shall see. All I'm saying is that the author of that book didn't really kind of, considering he would fall under the category of something maybe like a life coach or a life geezer, a life coach, and then I just said or a life. Then I just saw geezer on the screen. It just fucked me up. Oh, I'm glad everyone's starting to pile in now. This is lovely. Hi, Ray. You all right? Hello, Charlotte. Oh, it's Andrea. Oh, I'm glad you've joined us, Andrea. I worked with Andrea, and my last, I hope she doesn't mind me mentioning this. It's only recently that Andrea's, realised that, we've got this, going on. And Andrea was with me when we had someone choking on my second to last shift working for that particular organisation. So I had 16 and a half years of, some tough times. It was a tough job. But in all that time, I'd never come across a literal life, death situation whilst I was working for men. I'll name it Mencap. None of us work there anymore, I don't think. And so we were just trying to keep this one alive between us, myself and Andrea. And she survived. She managed to survive. She did survive, but it was just me and her supporting 5 or 6 service users doing a full Sunday roast dinner, like Christmas dinner. We took our eye off the ball for 1 second and everything went to shit, like almost within a few seconds. It's good to see you. Good to see you here, Andrea. Okay, bro, you will thank me later. Yeah. its way, and but I have kind of looked into a few bits and bobs on it, and one of the excerpts that I read, to anyone that's wondering, this is a book called Power of Now. David, if you can put the name of the author up, this is going to get more interesting. Don't worry. Live streams, you know, we're doing it live. We just don't know. We don't know what direction we're going to be going off on, and we will cover loads and loads of topics because there's a lot to talk about. So hang in there. But yeah, there was that book, The Power of Now. It's very hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. Now, I don't think there are many people in this chat that are like that. And yeah, when it arrives, I'll have another look into it. But I don't know. I'm not sure about that guy because he kept his mouth shut all the way through 2020, 2021, you know, when he could have utilized this channel to put a little bit out there and warn people, you know, which would have been the right thing to do, especially for a life coach. So doing the opposite of coaching someone in life, just keeping completely silent about stuff. And to me, people like that are complicit to some degree. Hold on a minute, I'm having a fag. Like I said, just open a window, you'll be fine. I was listening to something earlier on about Keltoy. That's a name I don't recognise. Yeah, but it's nice to see Eckhart Tolle is brilliant. Yeah, again, Eckhart Tolle. Yeah. Now, all I'm saying is that I've got mixed reviews, and it does make me wonder where his loyalties lie, whether they're, because I mean the guy's a multi-millionaire, especially off the sale of that book, right? So he's a multi-millionaire, and he's telling you to just you know, if someone comes at you, just ignore them, you know. If you've got people, you know, if you've got a situation that's really, really stressing you out, just rise above it. Don't think about it. But then when I add all these things up together, David, again, I've not made my mind up yet. When I add all these things up together, it's almost like hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. And to me, that's almost mental slavery. Whereas there's another guy called, is it Basio? I've got it written down somewhere. And I mean, he's had his bank accounts frozen, all manner of shit. You know, you know when you're really, really posing a threat when you have your PayPal account, not that, you know, or your bank account, any of that. When that starts to get messed around with, it's because you're a genuine threat to the system. So I haven't made my mind up yet, David. I've just watched and listened to some excerpts from that particular book, and so far, I don't know. But has anyone heard of Basio? Bassio, I think. Yeah, see, a lot of people have read that book, David, you know. And Julia's got it on Audible, and I think I probably that would suit me better because I'm not really a reader. I'm not much of a reader. So my gut was telling me maybe not buy this book because I don't think you'll get anything from it. But then I trust you, David, and but we've all got different takes on different things. So I'll look into it, and you know, we'll take it from there. But yeah, I think the fact that a lot of these people, a lot of these life coaches, I mean, there was another life coach. He's a Sikh man. Now, prior to the whole World Economic Forum bollocks, this guy, he came across as very wise. He was a Sikh man, long white beard, big beaming smile all the time, and then he was pictured, you know, stood next to having selfies done in that with the Davos crowd and the World Economic Forum, you know. Then you've got the Dalai Lama wanting a child to suck his tongue. Who else have we got? I don't even want to go down the whole Catholicism route. But as far as life coaches are concerned, there are some bad ones out there. There really are, and maybe he's one of them. I've not decided yet, and I think I'd probably be in the minority. But I've been in the minority quite a few times over my life. Has anyone got work in the morning? Or are you all right to maybe do a little bit of a marathon? Because I've not done one for a while, you know. And if you are at work tomorrow, you see, women are sad, you know, especially if you've got a male boss, right? So it's like, hello. You've got to put your sick voice on. Hello. It's me. It's Terry. I can't make it in. Or if it was a woman, they can get away with it because all they need to do, especially to a male boss, is say, I've got woman's troubles, and that male boss is like, okay, get well, hope you're all right, hope you're okay, you know, just take your time, and we'll see you when you get back in. And then he puts the phone down, and he's just rearranging his desk because he's got all of these mental images of what she means by women issues. But so I think because blokes can't get away with using that excuse, because it can mean a woman's body is way more complicated, I think, than a man's, you know, because of what's expected of it. You know, you've got to conceive and then carry a child for 9 months and then give birth to that child and then produce milk to then feed that child. You know, very, very complicated. Amazing, incredible, really, when you think about it. But as for you know, blokes ringing in sick for work, you can be more creative and have a bit of a play with your boss. So you ring in and you just go, again, sick voice, hello, like, hello, yeah, I'm ringing in sick. I just can't come in. And then they say, well, how sick are you? Well, I'm in bed with my sister. Oh my God. See, again, this is very British. This is just dark sense of humour, you know. Well, that'd work. That would work just as good as I've got. It's women's problems. Oh dear, love it. Yeah, so everyone, welcome Charlotte Rose to the live chat and to our little tribe, because we go way back, and that was a shift from hell, you know, the worst possible shift you can possibly imagine. You know, this woman's lips were blue. Andrea will back me up, and I was in complete and total control, even though it was madness. And again, you know, she'll tell you this is true. And so trying to sort of like explain, she was keeping calm, and it was a partial blockage because you could, there was air still getting in there, but not enough. So her lips started going blue, and then I just said to her, I had to ask her first, are you choking? And she nodded, yeah. She was very calm. And then I said, right, I'm going to have to hit you in the back, okay? Because she was sat down and she was a very, very obese lady. So, you know, most people are trained to do what's known as the Heimlich, which is that you bring you get your fists underneath their rib cage, and then you bring it forward and up. You know, but she was sat down and she was very obese, so I couldn't get my arms around the chair and her to do that. So it was back slaps. That was that's all I was left with, and even that wasn't working. But by then the paramedics were on the way. Andrea had called them, and I leaned around and I just said, I'm going to have to hit you in the back. It might hurt, but we need to make sure we get that out. Do you understand? And she just nodded like that. So I gave her the first whack straight in the center between the right between your shoulder blades, right? That didn't work. So I said, I'm going to have to hit you harder and harder and harder until we can try and get this out. Is that okay? And she just went like that, and her face was going more and more and more blue. You know, blue, literal blue lips. Oh, I've kept the heating off, so anyway, then the paramedics turned up with the blues and twos on. We were on the phone. Andrea had managed to get all of the other service users next door so that they didn't have to witness what could potentially happen. And so the paramedics turned up. One was probably about my height, maybe a little bit taller than me, and he turned up with a midget. I'm just thinking, how, you know, she's absolutely no use to us whatsoever here. So we were throwing Carol around. We were throwing her over chairs. We had her on the floor. The paramedic just ripped her blouse open and just ripped her bra off and tried loads of other methods and stuff. There was no dignity involved in this whatsoever, and it was full on. And it wasn't until we'd kind of managed to solve the choke, you know, the obstruction between us by throwing her around the room. You know, it was like WWE, but like a budget version, /reality version. And yeah, that was tough going. And it wasn't, and Andrea was telling me earlier on that, you know, we got virtually no recognition from her family for saving her life. You know, it was a fucking thankless job. I think Marie, I think Andrea would agree. Good game against you guys. I actually enjoyed the game. What was the game? Brilliant. Yeah, you see, Saltol, there's just certain aspects of what I've read about his book, The Power of Now, and the fact that he's basically saying just relinquish any responsibility, or any stressors, even to the point where he's saying if people come at you, you know, just allow it to happen. So my interpretation so far of a book that I've bought that's not been delivered yet, maybe not for me, but I'm going to give it a go. I will give it a go. Tomato, that's a very, very random thing to say. Can't spell his name. I know that I'm going to click down onto this arrow here and there's going to be a shitload of comments. Alan Watts, absolutely. Right, so when we look around, let me just make sure that I've not missed out on, because I know I have missed out on a lot of comments, yeah. It's all about resonance. You've got to be able to resonate with whoever it is that you're listening to, whoever you're talking to. Some of the longest and most interesting conversations that you've ever had with another person was because you resonated with them. Your vibrations matched. It's not woo-woo, it's real. You know, it's science. And yeah. Hi Lana, you all right? We've got Lana keeping an eye on things, because in the last live stream towards the end I did bite, right? And I've learned from it, and I've learned not to bite now, because it's not productive at all. And one of our little tribe here sent me an email after the end of that live stream saying you shouldn't have bit, because they could clip that. We were talking about jail and my experience in there, and that you know, rape and stuff like that. See, I can say the word rape on here. I'd have to bleep it out, or you know, have a kind of a mute until it, you know, I can say whatever I want, because I'm not monetized, and I'll never be monetized. I could get a knock on the door, but as for live streams, we can just talk about whatever we want. Bock 'em. Celtoid, he does. I don't know what that means. Got quarter of a massive tree came down in the garden, and 4 ridge tiles so far off the roof. I hope that doesn't turn out to be too expensive, Lana. That storm was quite intense, especially for the northern part of Ireland. Not Northern Ireland, the northern part of Ireland. Northern Ireland, big massive swathes of the Lake District and Cumbria, and a lot of Scotland. Down here, you know, it's just blown my empty greenhouse over again, which is, you know, I can cough next to that greenhouse and it'll fucking fall over. Drives me nuts. So to the point where Keir Starmer, he was showing a bit of humanity. Keir Starmer, you know, he was saying, look, don't come over in the dinghies. Come via the Eurotunnel. It's a bit choppy for you. I've put loads and loads. I got a little bit carried away today in the community section, which I think you might be able to actually look at whilst you're listening to me. And there is some interesting stuff in there, and yeah. Starmer's connection to this broken axle. That's what I'll call him, broken axle, because you've got to be broken. I mean, you look at him, right? You imagine a person that's been a baby that was abandoned in the jungle and was raised by wolves or some other wild animal, you know. And then you look at now we're seeing photos of him, now that the trial's all completed. Again, if it was a white man doing this, even before the trial, it would have been fuck that. It would have been a free for all if it was a white man doing that. But now we know what it looks like. and it looks like it was raised by a pack of wild animals. And then you start to really think about it and think about what his dad was doing, you know, what his dad was guilty of doing. In some ways, it was raised by a wild animal. His dad, you know. You see, I mean, there were so many aspects of that that was shit. You know, I worked with someone who was, when I was working in kids' homes, right? 18 is usually very unusual to have an 18-year-old still in the system, right, of kids' homes. And he was hard work. He was big, way bigger than me, and he was it was an under 18 semi-professional boxer. I mean, he was an hard bastard. As time went by, I was realizing that he'd been out robbing drug dealers, you know, and then bringing heat back to the house. Oh no, I was about to go off on a tangent there. Yeah, basically he was going out robbing drug dealers, and I think someone at some point had kind of followed him back to a certain degree. So a big massive group of people, I had to do sleep-ins. I had to be there, you know, and we just heard this mad, crazy commotion going on outside, and there were people trying to get into next door's house with knives and what have you. And it was a Polish guy who was a, you know, fuck around and find out kind of guy. And he just opened the door with a like, proper fucking machete. And it became very clear to them that they got the wrong house whilst we were in the house next door. So he's one of the reasons why I left, because he was too much, even though, you know, he worked better with me than anyone else, because, you know, I started taking him to the gym and pushing him, knowing that the endorphins, when we get back, the endorphins will be kicking in, and I'll have an easier shift. So it's a win-win situation, you know. He's feeling uplifted from the endorphins, from me pushing him and pushing him and pushing him, and that made my shift easier. Because when he lost his shit, the whole house would get smashed up on a regular basis. I don't know where I was going with that. Hey up, Tom. Hey up, Annie. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit behind in the chat, but I'll catch up. It's good to see you guys. Lovely to see you. Yeah, and just for future reference, I'm not going to name names or anything like that. I'm not going to do that. But when you leave the chat and you're done for the night or whatever, have a think about how you leave the chat, you know, because you can leave people worried, you know, off the back of the way that you've left the chat. You know, at least send me an email to make sure that you're all right. So not everyone's, you know, feeling a little bit concerned and that, because we are a community, you know. I don't know why I keep blurring in and out. It does, every time it blurs out, it does knock 5 years off me. So, yeah, it's not a bad thing. So if you suddenly vanish without saying goodbye, you know my power has gone. Yeah, so are the winds really, really strong still up there for you then, Lana? It's just a bit breezy here now, but I had a look at the map of where most of the destruction was going to be. And what does annoy me is that they make it sound way, way worse than it actually is by saying it's a red alert, and I'm not sure if was it a once in a lifetime or a once in a generation storm. I don't know about that. You know, we've had some pretty rough storms. But yeah, fair enough, Lana. If your power's gone, your power's gone. Leslie, aka children and grandchildren, I think her handle is. So our Leslie, she recently went 3 days without water, which is things like these temporary fuck ups in regards to infrastructure and services are excellent opportunities for you to put your preps into gear, because there are so many people out there, so many of us, that have got so much equipment and, you know, prepping gear and, you know, food and blah 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 and fuel to cook the food and pure water purification and stuff. None of us have had an opportunity to really kind of get involved with that and get some practice in, which is highly recommended. Hi, Joanna. Good to see you. Good to see you, lass. Yeah, Seltoy. I know a tree surgeon. He's a very good friend. Really nice guy, and clued up. You know, he's got a wisdom about him. I like that. But I think he'd say the same about me, which I don't think I have. You know, but then I've got an inner critic that likes to kick the shit out of me. Making a homemade honey cough mixture. Drop it in the comments as to what that homemade cough mixture is. I'm assuming it's probably got honey in it, maybe a spirit like whiskey or a dark rum or brandy or something, just for the alcohol content to help with the sinuses and that. And garlic as well, which is good for your immune system, with maybe orange juice or lemon juice or something with a high vitamin C content. Let me know, because there are so many different remedies out there, and what's to say one's not better than the other? They're just different. My NLD pal, I don't know what an NLD is. Nobody worries about me. If I died, nobody would know. Well, this is right. So you sound semi-beaten. Now, my email is in the description box. When you click on About Me, it'll give you my email address. So if you're ever really down, and I know that I've not responded to a few emails recently, but I will get back to you. I will. Today's been a mad one, you know, lots and lots of fucking about with the insurance company, and oh man. So today was going to be the day that I responded to any comments on any videos that I'd missed, and to respond to emails whilst trying to get the house into some sort of tidy order at the same time, and I've just not got around to it. But yeah, if you're really struggling, just email me, because then you will feel less alone. You will. And who knows, we could even find a solution between us that makes life a little bit easier for you. Because look, the channel's been going for 4 years, not 5 years. I worked it out numerically, which is it doesn't work out. So for 4 years, for the last 4 years, yeah, I'll come back to that. So yeah, if you're ever feeling alone, just contact us or join a live stream, and you're free to come and go as you want. You can like nip in, get involved, few comments, ask a few questions if you want, and then go off and do your own thing, and then come back later on. You know, that's the one of the beauties of doing a live stream, is just being able to just, you know, come in and go out as whenever you want, you know. And then if there's any bits that you've missed, stick some headphones on whilst you're doing your hoovering, and listen to my eardrum slicing voice. Actually, I've been told I've got a calm voice, but I think I just talk too much sometimes. But I'm sure Keltoy, is it Seltoy? I'm sure that I think again, this is why you need to see if you can find a neighbour or just someone, make that a reconnection with an old friend or just something like that. Start networking. We're not designed to be completely on our own. We're not, you know, and that's coming from a loner. I'm a loner by nature, and I always have been. But I am fully aware of the fact that we are not designed to be alone. We're community based, you know, in the real world and the virtual world. You know, we're not designed to be on our own. But all I will say to you, Seltoy or Keltoy, is just be discreet about your prepping, and don't be shy or too proud to ask for help, you know. And I'm at the end of I'm at the end of an email, you know. Yeah, glad you're feeling better, Joanna. Yeah, it's that time of year where not only is there loads of kind of like bugs in the air, we're also deficient on certain things. Vitamin D is a massive one, and if you think about what's happened over the last 4 years, right? There are plenty of people out there off the back of this massive psyop, that what we're experiencing now is just a continuation of that. Most people would have some level, some degree of PTSD from that. Not those that didn't or don't understand what's happening, but for those who do and did, you know, had those massive realizations of what was actually really, really happening around them. And yeah, in some people that could be PTSD, because everything was changed. Everything changed. All of a sudden, everyone was walking around with face nappies on, you know. And to any of you guys that wore a face nappy back then, you were a slave. You were a slave. You were complicit in all of that. There was no excuse for it. There was always a choice. And I've given loads of examples of me never wearing a mask when I was already under immense pressure and stress. Never wore one. So if you're ever asked to wear one again, I'm hoping you will all, at some point, in your own way, in your own time, tell them to shove it up their fucking arse. You know? Everything, absolutely everything, is about choice. There are a few little exceptions here and there, but not many. Not many. Everything was a choice. You had a choice to wear a face mask. You know, you chose not to, or you chose to wear one. Everybody had a choice on whether or not to get jabbed. Nobody was pinned down. Yeah, there were. I know of a few people in the chat now that did get jabbed, but there was always a choice. Always a choice. And that's a truth that I do struggle to push forward, because I'm aware of people that I know that got jabbed. So I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. I don't want to offend anyone, but it was always a choice. Yeah, so everyone, I'm pretty sure everyone's got someone, and if they haven't, then be more proactive to join groups and whatever it is. It could be a book reading club, which to me sounds like I could just imagine my brain starting to melt and come out of my nose, down my lip, down my beard, and I just kind of just slump into a corner like that, lifeless, because my soul's been so destroyed. But it's because I don't really read books, you know. But I'm better off joining and trying to find groups around you. They're on Facebook, they're all over the place, trying to find groups around you that you could consider joining, and so you feel less alone. And then you can build friendships on that, so you've got a support system around you, you know. Joining a martial arts club, you learn to fight, you learn to defend yourself, you build your confidence up, you build your self-control up, and you get to meet new friends, you know. There's lots and lots and lots of things you can do. But yeah, Celtoy or Keltoy, I've been in your situation. Well, that was self-inflicted. I shut off, closed everyone out of my life when Sal died. I just cocooned, you know. But I've come out of that now, and I've kind of started, you know, opening back up. They love making drama out of the manipulated weather conditions these days. Yeah, they do. They do. Yeah. I mean, this whole kind of, it's a red alert, everyone red alert. Noah, what? Get that fucking narkhead, that arc ready, mate. We've got shit on our hands. We need to deal with it. It could be natural, you know. It could be man-made. We just don't know. And the more they mess around with this fragile system, you know, a lot of these people don't think about the runaway aspect of it getting out of control. On top of the fact that we've got a weakened magnetosphere, so all of the space weather that we've got coming from the galaxy, on top of the radiation and the highly charged particles coming from our own sun, hitting and getting through into our atmosphere, that's playing havoc with our weather systems as well. You know, it's all connected, so they're just making it even worse, these fuckwits. And then you put that technology into the hands of multi-billionaires that, I don't know, 50, 60 years ago were just goat farmers, you know. So you put you put that sort of technology in the hands of people that they've got so much money because of oil, you know. I don't herd goats anymore. That's not what I do. I live this house, 15 houses in London, 15 houses Paris, 800 cars in underground garage, right? They were goat herders, you know. So I do think that certain, again, oh God, watch how I put it. I think certain races have got certain attributes that other races haven't got, and those races have got certain attributes that we haven't got, both physically and mentally. So yeah, you put that, you know, that sort of technology in the hands of people like that, and yeah, you're going to end up with flooding. the sad thing is that we've got this technology now that can turn deserts into rainforests. Yeah, good on you, David. That's lovely. We all care. We're all caring people. I don't think we've got any twats. I mean, they do sneak in from time to time, especially towards the end of a live stream. And I did bite on that last one, and I do regret it. One of you guys pointed it out to me in a email. I did bite, and I need to learn to not. You've got an early start tomorrow, Tom. Fair enough, brother. Excuse me. Fair enough. Yeah, have a great weekend yourself, mate. Yeah, much love, Tom. Let me go down a little bit. You see, one of many situations that we're in at the moment. I'll get back to that. Sophie's World to reread. That's the book that got me into philosophy. I love philosophy. Yeah, have a Andrea, look into Alan Watts, because I'm an insomniac. You know, I turn all of the lights out. You know, the TV's off. My phone is inoperable. It's all done. Everything's out the way. That's when everything becomes louder in my head. Silence is excruciatingly loud. So I'm an insomniac, and yeah, there are certain things you can do, like a chemical kosh if you're on medication, or alcohol abuse, or this. There are so many different things that so many different people do just to function, you know. Whereas I would like to reach proper REM sleep, unaided and peaceful, you know. And sometimes just opening the window a crack and listening to the A52 motorway. Sally put this idea into my head, because I'm sure you can imagine she was thinking, right, most people don't know when they're going to die. I've got a rough idea. Can you imagine that? So one of her coping mechanisms, other than my very, very healing hands, because I am a very tactile guy, not in a creepy way. I'd give you a massage just to chill you out, you know. But don't ask for a happy ending. I'm just not that kind of guy, you know. So she learned to listen to the A52 motorway and then interpret that sound into waves hitting the shores of, you know, a beautiful tropical white sands, palm trees, and just listening to the water moving in and out. So mind over matter is very, very powerful. You know, it's part of the whole placebo thing. You struggle with what you have to offer. 42 and sagging. Look, I'm assuming, because I do understand women generally more than most men, I think. And when you say sagging, I'm imagining that you're on about your tits in your arse, right? Now, there's nothing you can do about your tits, Ray. And I'm sorry about if anyone's feeling that I'm being a little bit too frank in the way that I'm talking, then maybe this live stream's not for you. But there's nothing you can do, Ray, with droopy tits, because it's just you start to lose that elasticity as you move forward. And gravity, you know. So it's just one of those unfortunate things. But you can get a really, really nice push-up bra if you meet someone, a nice push-up bra that'll make you look like a 21-year-old again. And I don't see 42 as old at all, you know. You're still a young'un. You are. I think too many people put their age as an issue far too often. You know, I'm 52 years old, and you know I'm fitter than a lot of teenagers out there. So there are certain things you can do about it. It's down to motivation, which can sometimes be a bit of a challenge. If you're low, you feel no motivation. If you feel no motivation, you don't do anything. If you don't do anything, you start to seize up, especially the older you get. You've got to stay supple. Who knows? Maybe even down the road, I could do a live stream, like a live stream workout video, just using your house. No gym equipment, none. Not a sniff of gym equipment, and something that would work across the board, no matter what your abilities are. And you've not done a workout unless you're sweating your balls off or tits off if you're a girl. My brother has joined the live stream. I love my brother. Hey, how you doing, Pete? I'm going to say, Pete, no one will know which one you are, but you know which one you are. If you want to speak out and admit that you're my brother, because I don't want to put any pressure on you. Terry, is there an email I can message you on? Yes, there is. Yes. Go and get a pen and a piece of paper. It's in the channel. But this might just be a little bit easier for you, Celtoy or Keltoy. It might be a bit easier if you just grab a piece of paper and pen, and then write in the comments that you're ready, and I'll tell you what it is. It is David. It is in the description, but I don't think it's as easy to find as it used to be. But yeah, let me know. And that's one of the reasons that email address is there for anyone that's struggling. Like I said, you know, this is a lot of people out there have got PTSD off the back of the last 4 years, and understandably so. The more you know, the greater the burden. If you allow it, it's always on you. You know, if you end up disappointed by something, it's on you because you've over expected the outcome. I could give you loads of examples. You know, if you're kind of expecting the best case scenario, you're setting yourself up for disappointment. And the same. Let me just read through a few of these. Believe in yourself, Ray. Yeah, I'll get to that as well. Yeah, good, and that's a great point, Joanna. Actually, they are both perkier. So what's sagging, Ray? You know. So I've seen your profile pic. You've got a uniqueness about you, which should be celebrated. By the way, you know, I mean, not many blokes have got, you know, a face like a 1970s porn star vagina, but I have. And I have toyed with the idea of taking it all off, just to take a few years off me. But if that's not a good enough reason. Let me just go up a little bit. You know, so many people are just worried about, oh, I'm past a certain age now, no one's going to find me attractive, or I'm past a certain age now, I don't really, you know, a nightclub on the dance floor, you know, throwing my shit down. It's all bollocks. All bollocks. But I'm glad, Ray, that your tits are still perky. You know, that is a benefit, because most women, when they get to sort of like mid-40s onwards, they do start to sag, because they've in the eyes of nature, they've served their purpose or not, you know. And I don't mean serve a purpose for something for some bloke who's fumbling around, doesn't know what he's doing, almost ripping your nipples off, you know, because he thinks that's what you like. They're there to provide as much nutrients and healthy, a good healthy fighting start for a baby. That's all they're there for, you know. Go to the main channel. Yeah, listen to Lana Seltoy, because that's that straightforward. But again, if you've got a pen ready now, it's Rose Hippie Guy, all one, at proton.me. That's it. And we'll see if we can figure out what it is that's stressing you out and find an answer. Because we're a solution-based community, online community, you know. I wish you guys would come at me with some problems in your preps and or anything you're unsure of. Ask me, and if I don't know, I'll look it up, or someone else will help. Will chime in, and even better when that happens, because you end up with a multiple perspective on things, so you can sort of like make your own choice based on your scenario and your situation. I'm assuming you found it then, Saltoy or Keltoy. We sag as we get older, particularly after childbirth. Yep. Yoga is really, really good for toning our muscles. Yep. Calms our minds. Yeah, yoga's a win-win. There are so many benefits. Be proud of your body. It carries you through life. Yeah, be proud of it and look after it. Those two rules, you know, and remember, you are what you eat. Have you got a light, boy? Yes. Yeah, we should all just accept our age, accept the fact that we're not 21 anymore, but don't use it as a restriction moving forward, because, you know, I'm so fit for my age, you know. It's mental. So there is still plenty you can do. You just need to find what suits you, you know. And like I said, you can turn your home into a gym without any equipment, without any. And I know that there's at least one lady that I know is listening and watching this, but is kind of maybe sort of like taking the time to let herself known. So no pressure. Nice way, a drop of golden sun. It's Darmain. That's unusual. Yeah, it is. It's an unusual name. And I'm again, another thing, Ray. I'm amazed that you left it until spring last year to become a YouTube, to open an account. It's very recent, quite unusual, but not unheard of. I'm glad you found it. So email me, you know, anyone that's feeling alone, email me, you know, we'll figure it out. You will come away from the email feeling marginally better at worst. Yeah, it's pretty obvious who my brother is. So he was christened Anthony Peter Warren, but I've never called him Anthony, and pretty much most people that know him call him Pete or Peter, and I'll always call you that, brother, and I love you, mate. I love you. We've got to sort something out, you know. You're living a bit closer now, and I'm proud that you're my brother too. Just got zero confidence after seeing the woman he ran off with. Oh, that's mistake number one. Mistake number one, right? And but it's not unusual. It's very, very, very common. You know, you wouldn't believe how many of our little tribe have been through the same thing. Females, women that have been through the same thing, where they've been left for a younger model. You know, it means fuck all. Because what you've got is maturity, life experience, which again, life experience, it can be, that's like an umbrella term for becoming more humble, becoming wiser, and more of a survivor, you know, because you've got more life experience. I would 100% rather go, as far as a relationship's concerned, for a woman between 40 and say 55, you know, because they know their own minds by then. And like I said, the average human brain doesn't fully finish developing until your mid to late 20s, 30 at the latest in some cases. So it's the life experience that you build on top of a fully matured brain, you know, and being an individual and unique, you know. It's got zero confidence. Yeah, just build that confidence back up. All lips and hair extensions. Yeah, fakery, you know. When I have, you know, I have dabbled in a few kind of dating sites, and in the description about me, I've just put, if you're I do like hiking, you know, I do like to go on walks and stuff. I am fit. I'm looking for someone that's relatively healthy, relatively fit. You know, I'm not looking for an athlete, but just someone that's not going to be chafing and wheezing up just a little tiny incline like that, and having something in common. You see, again, what's happened over the last 4 years? It's created this massive divide and further division, and then further division into the divisions. So it's made finding someone that suits us a lot more difficult, because we don't want anyone that's absolutely fucking clueless. Although there will be people out there that are like us that are probably looking for someone like that, so it takes their mind off the reality of the world, you know. So swings and roundabouts. I'm going to click on that, and there's going to be loads that I've just missed out on. Yeah, there we go. If I miss any of your comments, ladies and gents, it's not deliberate at all. Yeah, Ray, your hair, yeah, is your identity. You see Annie Red, right? Annie Red is not her surname, right? Her hair is red as fuck, and she makes a statement. You would know when you meet Annie, and she is so fucking lovely. She is so lovely. So yeah, Annie is a prime example of someone that's taken on her own identity, which is the best thing you can do, because you are unique. You are a unique individual, and she's just like, this is me. I fucking love that. I love that. And she's been through, that's right, Pete. Better life skills. Yeah, the more experience you've got, the more life skills and life experience and maturity and wisdom and all of the other things that come with it. Love the beard, Terry. Very Viking. Yeah, what I want is someone to plait it for me. But it's like plaiting pubes. Not that I'm sure all of you ladies and lads, kind of look after yourselves. But there will be some women out there that have been single for a while and thought, fuck it, I'm not going to risk slicing through one of my labia because I've got no one to impress. Oh my God. I don't know where this, yeah, you're getting used to me, guys. So Maltese Italian. Oh. Talking of Maltese, I know this isn't the same. And then the Maltese cross. So dodgy. Maltesers. Bag of Maltesers. When I first met Sal, I did stupid things to impress her, but just to make her smile, really. So try and find the most spherical Malteser that you can find. Lie down flat on the floor. Hold the Malteser in your mouth and then just blow gently, and it will just float. It will just float above your mouth. And I was 25 fresh out of the infantry. Wow. So you served then. Right. So you're a guy. I'm assuming you're a guy. My girlfriend cheated on me with a 58-year-old fat tattooist biker. She wasn't made for you. She wasn't made for you. It's as simple as that. But don't look at all women as potential cheaters, because that's just not the case. If anything, men are more likely to do it than women. Yeah, good night, David. If I've not caught you in time, apologies, mate. I'm still working my way through the comments, but yeah, sleep well, brother. I know you need your routine. We all need one. It's good for us. My ex-partner left me for a younger woman. I said, good luck. That's the right attitude. Yeah, good luck. Good luck. You'll find out the hard way. You'll find out. You've made your bed. You'll lie in it, and you'll realise what side your butter was bread. Your bread was buttered. I'm sure loads and loads of blokes out there seen your incline walks, bro. Incline walks, as in up, as in incline like that, brother. Yeah, Joanna, just don't worry about it. She's not going to have any of the qualities that you've got, and maybe he didn't appreciate the qualities that you have. but don't give up on the fact that there are plenty of men out there that will appreciate the qualities that you've got. 100%. My hair is naturally very dark chestnut, but I've been red and pink for years. You can get some cream. You can get some cream for that, Ray. Does it itch as well? I'm sorry, darling. But yeah, you be unique. You know, show your uniqueness to the world. There's a lack of that. There's too much conformity and uniformity. That's one of the problems that we've got. You know, people trying desperately to fit in. Fuck that. Fuck that right off. You know, be unique, but be good. That combination works. Yeah, a pink bubble. Just picturing. Do you remember those giant bubble gums? The Hubba Bubba. You undo the wrapping, and it's like half your mouth's taken up with chewing gum. But you could blow in massive bubbles. I wouldn't do that now. I mean, it'd be hanging off my beard, hanging off my lip. You know, just be all over the place. It's a bastard to get out of here. Annie, if you think you can do it, do it. Come round, plait my beard. But there will be lots of kind of like, because you'll be sat in front of me, there'll be lots and lots of eye contact, and it will be very, very kind of, you know, in your face. But hey, if you can plait my beard, if you feel confident enough to plait my beard, come round, lass. I'll put the kettle on. Always welcome, you know that. I owe you, you know, I owe you. Not many people drop everything to help someone out in a fix, you know. Not everyone's like that. I'm pink, and my fur baby is cockapoo called Bubble. Yeah, cockapoos. I mean, poodles, pretty kind of level-headed, really. You know, they can be a little bit nasty, but they were bred for a poodle's fur it's been developed so that it traps water, makes them more buoyant, because they're working dogs, they're retrievers, they're a bit like a hound. You mix that with a cocker spaniel, which is they're fucking mad as a box of frogs. So you've got that combination. You've got a buoyant, potentially crazy dog, but then you can end up with the best aspects of each breed as well. Hey Lily, are you at work with one of those earbuds? Just one of those little wireless earbuds. I used to wear them a lot. You know, when I've been doing. I can admit it now because I don't work there anymore. But that misophonia, right? It's a challenge. You know, when the dogs are drinking water, and you know, I really struggle with it. And I struggle with really, really noisy eaters. So I used to sometimes, just whilst they were eating, I'd keep looking up whilst I'm doing all my paperwork, because a lot of them were choking hazards. But I'd have to have something in my ears, just to, you know, yeah. But they are a great idea. Not very flat extreme inclines, but a couple with you. Yeah, I can remember loaning my brother a pair of hiking boots, and we went on a mammoth hike, and they were one size too small for him. You know, I mean, he was in a lot of pain by the end of it. I remember. Dude, would you faux an open panel on StreamYard? I'm assuming that's Gore for community talks. I have tried StreamYard. I'm not quite sure how it works. I think as I move along with this, and I start to become a little bit more familiar, and I start to do a little bit of research into what else I can do by, you know, making the screen smaller so I can show you a video about something, or a photo or a picture or whatever. All of those things are yet to come. I'm still finding my feet, but bear with me. How have we forgotten into personal grooming of lady parts? It happens. It happens. I mean, yeah. I mean, you get women. So when women go for waxing, you know, some people use a little bit of that cream. I forgot what it's called now. Some people use an epilator, which is, you know, okay if you enjoy pain. But I think the vast majority of women either shave down there or wax. And yeah, so to those women out there that do that for a living, wax other women's vaginas, then we'll see some right sights. Some vaginas are very neat, you know, and very neat and tidy, you know. Some look like a fucking dropped lasagna or an axe wound. Oh, please forgive me, God. Oh, God. Moving on. Yeah, single life, it is the best, but we are, this is to you, Saltoy, but we're not designed to be on our own. And it's healthy for us to, you know, be around people. I am very single, but love flirting. I've picked up on a little bit of flirting from time to time, Joe. Just very subtle, and flirting is fun. Flirting's fun. You know, it's harmless fun, and it's uplifting and light-hearted. Poodles remind me of the new society model female, well groomed and high maintenance. The duck lip ones, yeah, you know, yeah, that was the other thing. I'm not into pouting trouts, you know. So if or when you've been on any of these online dating channels, I would swipe the fuck off, go away, you know. Any photos where I can see a woman going, fuck that, get that right, get that gone, you know. And if any of you guys are like that, if you want to get a decent man, you know, and not a shallow pretentious fuckwit, right, then yeah, don't do the whole pouting thing, unless it's for your partner and you're doing a little bit of role play, you know, on Freaky Friday or Sexy Saturday or Spoon in Sunday because it's Sunday and you can't be fucking bothered to put any effort in. My cat picked to be her mama. She's called Princess. Yeah, it's a cute name. Terry, have you heard of Rupert Sheldrake and Morphic Resonance? Very interesting book. I haven't, no. But Lily has. Lily is she's a bookworm, a bookworm / potential philosopher / ex-cowgirl. Many layers to our Lily. Yeah. As far as books are concerned, you're better off speaking to her, but I will make a mental note of that and look into it. What's IMAC? I know laugh my ass off. Is that laugh my ass continuously? I just wanted to, I want to just touch on, because I do think it's healthy to talk about current events, right? And then we can get back into just chatting, you know. Fanny cream. I don't think it's called fanny cream. But then again, I remember a day where you'd just be sat down, you know, eating your dinner, you know, when TV was still programming the shit out of you, but it was doing it in a more wholesome way, you know, because less people knew it was happening. But all of the adverts were do the shake and back, put the freshness back, or oh mash get smash. You know, the list goes on. Now you sit down to have your dinner, and it's like, you need Anusol, you know, or have you got an itchy vagina? You need Vagisil, you know, or tampons or sanitary towels, or just, you know, or advertising toilet rolls, and all you can see is these giant big fat arses walking in the street. No people, just like I don't know, like yeah. Oh man, what's the world come to? You know, is this a dating site now? I don't know, Maria. Do you want some? I suppose it could double up as one. You know, if there's any of you guys that like the so Ray's put fanny cream. This is just unusual from a woman, and then well, you can see it. You know, I love that. Hilarious. But I suppose that's what it is. You know. Oh, Mrs. Yeah, that's very, very British. Yes, Sky Girl. Trout pouts, or pouting trouts. That's what I put in my little kind of bio thing, whatever it is. And you know, when I've tried a dating site, and I've just put no pouting trouts. Yeah, I'm just not into it. They've automatically got a label of being shallow, and maybe self-obsessed, maybe a bit pretentious. You know, all of the things that I'm not really looking forward for in a woman. You know. Imac, that's the one. Yeah. But then it makes you wonder if it kills off, if it literally wipes out your hair follicles. You know, what is your skin absorbs so much. You know, what could be in that? It's going into your skin. Good on you, bro. I used that back in the 80s, but it stings, and the smell of Imac was shocking. I don't remember having a smell. But then they'd probably had a good shower before I went exploring. Oh, bit of blue, fit dads. Do you think that little rat will get done in prison? I think it's right. So in all jails, you've got a segregation wing, right? And that's where they put all the nonces, or if you know, police officers, anyone that needs to be protected. Now, you put a child murderer in with the main population of a pub, of a prison or a pub, and he's going to be a target. I mean, the lad looks like an actual lunatic, right? And then you think about what his dad was involved in, you know. So I know that I've picked up some of my dad's genetics. I know Peter, we both share the same mum but have different dads. He's picked up some genetics from his dad and his mum. You know, so this sick, twisted twat bear with me. Right, so I'll read this out, and I've researched it as well. The Southport Killers. The Southport Killer's father was a Rwandan warlord, right? And they are fucking ruthless, you know. They'll just chop your head off, and then move on to someone else to chop them up. You know, they've gone beyond, you know, seeing such horrific things that instead of it humbling them and sending them into a different direction, they've just carried on down that route and become just as bad as some of these other evil people. So I'll read this out without jumping in and breaking it up. So the Southport Killer's father was a Rwandan warlord, going back to genetics, right? Responsible for mass killings there. He was brought over by Tony Blair with 9 other killers. This is the truth, right? Under a special provision. Can you guess who his human rights lawyer was? And we all know. But I'll tell you anyway. Keir Starmer, who fought to stop him being extradited by the Rwandan government for genocide. The hush notice making sense now, you know? So even Rwanda wanted this man back, and Keir Starmer prevented that from happening. Now, if we'd have done the right thing and sent him back to Rwanda, we'd have those 3 young girls that would have grown up to have a family, a life, you know. And then we can't forget all of those other children that are disfigured for life, you know, all because of our current Prime Minister. I think I've missed a bit here. Do you think that? Yeah. It's the smell of burning hair isn't great. No, it's not. I lost a bet in a pub in the middle of summer. I just lifted my top up. I've got a little bit of a hairy chest. It's not like, you know, I don't look like a gorilla. And I just lit the bottom around my belly button, and the whole thing went up in seconds. So I was just stood there in a little bit of shock, holding my pint in one hand, my lighter in the other hand, and just the smoke around my entire body. Not pleasant at all. Imac was the name of the ladies' hair removal cream. Yeah, I remember. And years ago, I bought some wax strips for my foo. I love that. Women have got loads of different names that they prefer to use for their parts. You know, same as blokes. You know, we've got loads of words. But then women don't know what our preferred term is for a woman's parts, and women don't know what our and so we've got preferred names for your bits, ladies, and I'm sure you've got preferred names for our bits. And yeah, what put it in there. Let's light this up a little bit. What are women's preferred names for A, their bits, and B, our bits? I remember someone they used to call their vagina a Mary. A Mary. There's no rationale behind that. I can't stop laughing at you talking about the current adverts on TV. I really watch it unless it's Sky Girl. Yeah, it's like you know, you sat there eating your spag bowl, and all of a sudden they turn around and say, "Do you need anusol?" And I'm thinking, no, I don't. I want to eat my dinner without any of these horrific adverts placing all of these disgusting visual images into my head. I want to enjoy my dinner. Thanks very much. Give him to Robert Maudsley. Who's Robert Maudsley? Are you on about? Is that one of the leaders? Are you on about Oh, I'm sorry. Way they treat Maudsley is disgusting. All he did was what we all want to do. Yeah, I think I might have got out of that, like they've done to Bronson. It's making me laugh so much. It's like having a good chinwag with a friend, where you can have them good belly laughs and can't stop. I'm glad, Sky Girl. You know, it's lovely to feel like that, and I think you know, sometimes, you know, when you laugh, you are literally just laughing so hard you've got no air left in your lungs. And I can guarantee anyone that finds you in that state or sees you in that state, even though they've got no idea what you're laughing about, they'll smile at a minimum. You know, laughter is contagious. We need more of it. Keir Starmer's name means dark storm. That doesn't surprise me at all. Bro, you know, I have a full loft insulation on my chest. Yeah, my brother's, is more like a rug. Yeah, if he laid down, I think the average cat would just curl up on his chest and go to sleep. Free Tommy, free Bronson. Let me get another thing out of the way here, right? One of the problems society has is that everyone's looking for a fucking hero. Everyone's looking for someone to drag them out of the shit and sort the world out. And it's usually someone that talks the talk. It's right, my head's cold. I've not got the heating on. Someone who talks the talk and probably never walks the walk. But that doesn't matter, because people are only remembering him talking the talk. So, look, if you are placing your faith in Donald Trump, you're setting yourself up for disappointment. If you're putting your faith in Kennedy or Farage or Tommy Robinson, you're setting yourself up for failure. You know, how many years now have I been saying, follow yourself, learn to lead yourself? And when it finally happens to you, you'll understand. So I'm sure some of you guys are like that already. You know, you follow yourself. You're not led by anyone. You're not leading anyone. You're leading yourself. So putting all your faith in the hands of someone who doesn't know who the fuck you are couldn't give a shit about who you are. And all of these, as far as I'm concerned, all of these people, all of them to some degree or another, have a little bit of fakery about them. You know, I didn't know that Tommy Robinson was a Zionist. And when he first joined the EDL, there was a very prominent Jewish element to that, and he's very, very pro-Israel, and I've got a problem with that. I've not got a problem with Israel, with the people of Israel. I just think, well, I know that there are two religions that are a threat to us. Follow the money. You wouldn't believe how powerful Mossad is. You won't believe it. It makes the GCHQ, the MI5, MI6, CIA. It puts them to shame. It really does. We go on about the Five Eyes: America, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, and the UK. There's 6, but possibly one ring to rule them all. Who knows? Trump's going on about being anti World Health Organization, but not much mention of the WEF. And Israel is pro World Economic Forum, and Trump is pro-Israel, and all of his cabinet are, because they've all been lobbied. I like my lady garden. I do like that term, lady garden. So you picture like beautiful little daisies and this time of year, the start of maybe daffodils or snowdrops, when in actual fact it's just a matted mess. Oh, I'm so sorry. I keep lowering the tone, and I don't mean to do that. But I agree. We should free all political prisoners, because they've not broken any laws. They've exercised their right to speak freely, and I will fight to the death to maintain that. It's one of the ultimate freedoms, and it's not theirs to give you or take away. It's yours. It's already yours. Hello, Leslie. Leslie Jeepster. Is that your real surname, or have you got a Jeep? Hiya. Are you aware they will be voting on 30% compulsory buy-in of land in the UK for rewilding, and also on hydrocarbon? That's been postponed till July, because they could literally take your house off you for rewilding. All of those kind of rumours of that have kind of built up over the years of these 15-minute cities and stuff like that. It's a lot of it's to try and kind of pull you out of the countryside, so that everyone's together and it's easier to control everyone. But yeah, that bill has been, it was voted against, significantly so, and it's going to be approached again in the summer. So we're all right for now. Here we go. Big gulp, lol. Oh, you're on about that big, massive gulp. On occasion, I'll be dead honest, because I am honest. The there has been a few times when I've read something or I've been trying to talk about something, or you'll be looking out for this now, but I've started, so I'll finish. My mug or my glass or whatever is a prop that's there for me. If anything, anything I read, gets to me, and that's my way of avoiding. Not all the time. Most of the times, because I'm just fucking thirsty, But there has been a few times when I've had to kind of just pick up my drink because I can feel myself getting choked up a bit, because we're tribal, bro. We're Northern European tribals. He's done more gore the girls and folk of this land than our leaders. More for. Who has? Are we still talking about kitten chin? I love that, Lily. That's lovely. Kitten chin. Are you on about your lady parts? Women write thoughtful looks for dating apps, but men just want the photos. A friend of mine fell for a pretty face online. Yeah, it's called catfishing. You turn up and you end up sat opposite a woman that you're thinking, you for the first 5 minutes, you're like that. Because you weren't expecting what is sat across from you, and then she turns around to you and says, "I'm one of twins. Yeah, I'm older by 1 minute. We're identical twins." This woman is saying that to you, and then she follows it up by saying, "The only way you can tell there's a difference between us is that I've got a beard." More than any political wanker has done. I think there are certain people out there that are serving a purpose, and I think so. Tommy with kind of bringing these rape gangs and the threat of Sharia law and Islam on what is essentially on a Christian based country, and Silenced was an excellent documentary, and it was very real, very raw. So Tommy has done his country a service, but don't put all your faith in him. Don't put all your faith in anyone other than you, because that's where it belongs. That's where it's important. That's where it matters. Put all your faith in yourself. Everything that you ever needed to really know or feel that's worth knowing and worth feeling is already in you. It's already in you. You just need to start. Some people just need to dig a little bit deeper than others to find it. You don't need anyone else. I don't like the correct term for a woman's bits. Well, as in vagina. Vagina sounds all right. Vagina. It's almost like a name you give your kid. At one point, someone thought, not now because it's not really, it's not the same anymore. But 100 years ago, it's like, what should we call our daughter, Frances? How about Fanny? Fanny's a beautiful name. That's it. So yeah. Bits. So what would you call your little bits then, Sky Girl? because some women don't mind fanny, you know, some women don't mind pussy. I don't know how we ended up on getting onto this topic of conversation, but we'll let it flow until it moves on to something else. And Mans is called his dangly bits. Dangly bits. I mean, we're not keen on that, because if we turn around and said women have got dangly bits, those dangly bits would be taken as an insult, you know. But yeah, it does that. It does. They are dangly. Yeah. So you are right. So what's wrong with Israel having a homeland? Israel is Jewish and Jewish land and always has been. I'm not stating that that Jewish people shouldn't have a homeland. I'm not saying that. I think everyone deserves to have a homeland. I mean, Islam wasn't doing very well in India. So as we kind of pulled out of India as being part of the Commonwealth, we annexed off a section of India and called it Pakistan. So everyone's got a home. I think one of my issues is that themselves as the chosen people. So what does that make us? You know? Mine's called The Forgotten Garden. Oh, just, you know, I don't know. I don't know what to. Again, I don't know whether to go down some like sordid kind of live chat now or not. You know, but it's tempting, because you know we've all got our own bit. We've all got bits. You know. Yeah, massive mess. Yeah, I couldn't resist that. Yeah. Anthony is The Forgotten Garden. I'm sure. Well, temporarily, Joanna. I'm sure that there's a geezer out there that will get rid of all those cobwebs and yeah, sort you out. I disagree. We need to become a tribe again and unite. We do. That's the whole point. I do. I end up going through phases sometimes on a daily basis where I'm looking at people. I'm just thinking, you're part of the problem. You're part of the problem. You're part of the problem. You know. And when I still see people wearing face masks, you know, it fucking riles me, you know. But we need to be doing the opposite of what our government is doing, because our government is nefarious. They've not got our best interests at heart. We all know this. So we need to be about unity, because they are all about division. Now, it's so easy to create division, dead easy, but it's a challenge to create unity, and that's what's needed. So even these fast asleep fuckwits that do our heads in, you know, just talk about, did you watch EastEnders last night? I couldn't believe that. Or just shallow shit, you know. It's escapism for some people that are probably on the brink of waking up. And it's just everything's just too vast for them to be able to take on board and cope with mentally. You know, like I said, give yourself some credit for making it through the last 4 years, still standing, still sane. You know, give yourself some credit. So yeah, I agree. We do need to become tribal again. It's the only way, in my idea, in my mind. Only forgotten if you allow it to be forgotten. Yes, exactly. That's right, bro. Wake Up England. Yeah, they are doing. I wish it was happening a little bit quicker than it is. Hey, Bo Witch is in the house. How you going, lass? You all right? Hey, I love your. Is that a new profile picture? I think it is. I mean, my eyesight's not amazing, but I can tell. I can see it from here. You look lovely, lass. You look lovely. You got lovely hair. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Problem with the chat is there's a delay. So you reading comments that you said 5 minutes ago that made us laugh. Yeah, I know, but I did try and let me see if there's something that I can do without fucking this up. I think it's possible. Bear with me 1 second. Customization lives right. How long do you want participants to wait sending messages? I don't want any. Right, let's try slow mode and take it down to 1 second instead of 60 seconds. Right, let's see if that makes a difference, guys. Let me know if that's made a difference as we go along. And if it's not right, so slow mode is on. We're going to have to just hope for the best. Yeah, hope for the best. That all went Pete Tong. Back to the hoose. What went wrong, Annie? I'm proudly British. I was born in Beckenham. Talk about like little synchronicities. I'm sure a lot of you have experienced stuff like that. You know, these synchronicities over the last 4 years or so, like bizarre stuff that's, you know, the chances of it happening are like in the millions to one, you know, at a minimum. But the first address that I can remember as a child, when I was growing up, she's drinking. Was called Beckenham Road. And David Beckham, you know, World Economic Forum, you know, fuck me. Kent. And also my dad was an East End Jew and my mum an Italian, Maltese. I'm red, white and blue in my veins. Yeah, that's an interesting combination. You know, I'm not saying all Jews are bad. All I'm saying is that, you know, the ones that have got the little curls coming down the sides, but like relatively short hair on the top, and they've got beards. And when they're worshipping God, they do a lot of that. Yeah. Well, I encourage you to do a little bit more research into that. 1947, Pakistan was a relatively new country, but then so is Israel, and a few other countries. You know, some of them aren't very old. Ukraine's not old. You know. Love the no filter honesty in her. Yeah, they're all Pete. They're all bang on. You know, everyone's got something interesting to say, and it is funny. It is funny. I'm tired of this nonsense. We need to fight. Unfortunately, we need more people to be on their absolute knees in order for us to move forward. They've got to be, it's going to get way, way worse. And the worse it gets, the more we've got to claw back to get to that tribal society and that cooperative society where we're all kind of growing our own food and having like a cooperative society where I'm growing this and this, next door's growing that and that, and then we've got farmers that have got loads and loads of chickens and farm hands that are armed to protect those chickens. So we've still got a constant influx of the amazing superfood that is a hen's egg. It's all doable, but it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a battle. It's going to be hard. You know, this is another concern that I've got, is the fact that I don't think everyone has fully comprehended just how bad this is going to get before we get to the other side of that hill. And it's a little bit like Animal Farm. You know, the animals had no idea how much power they had. Then all of a sudden they realized, and then the next thing you know, the farmer's been booted off his own farm because the animals have reared up. They've had enough. But then the pigs take over. So we can't allow that either. We have to try and learn from mistakes, learn from our past, in order to create a better future for our children. It's that simple. My battery died and my charger went walkies. Annie, if your charger went walkies, then there's a chance that you might have a poltergeist in your house, because generally they're not meant to do that, lass, you know. But if he does it again, video it. The best way to fight is to disobey. Yeah, non-compliance, absolute non-compliance. Dave, and welcome to the chat, brother. Because we are too outnumbered to fight with any violence. We're not outnumbered. We're not outnumbered at all. We've got the numbers on our side. You know, this is something. It's a term. I don't know if it's been removed from the internet, suppressed in some way. I don't know. But never forget, we are the 99% plus. You know, we are. We hold all the power. It's just that so many people out there are so beaten down, and so many people out there have relinquished their power rather than searching for their power. It's made us a little bit weaker temporarily. But yeah, Boudica and our ancestors. Yeah, see Boudica, you know, there's a Boudica in every single one of you, ladies. There is. You just need to dig deep sometimes. You need to find it and bring it up. And then you'll learn to lead yourself. And it's the most empowering, feeling you'll ever, because you'll realize that all you need is you. But if everyone else felt like that too, they think all they need is them. But because you've reached that level where you're leading yourself, you'll connect with other people that are leading themselves, because you've got that in common. You know, as long as there isn't ego involved, ego gets in the way. Ego is the problem. Learning to lead yourself without ego is totally doable. But yeah, you've got to suppress ego. Ego is not good. Just saw slow mode on. You can, yeah. Is everything? Does everything seem to be lining up with the comments when I'm talking now? Has it made a difference? Because I don't know if it has or not. I'm relying on you guys. But so in a Trump press conference, you'll like this, because I liked it very much. Again, I don't trust Trump, you know. He had 4 years to I'm going to drain the swamp. He had 4 years to do that. He drained it of nobody, right? He said that he would open the JFK files, the assassination, and Martin Luther King, and he was told, and this is from his words, I'm sort of paraphrasing, he said, well, we couldn't do that because some of the people are still alive, and it won't be fair on. So I'm thinking to myself, hold on a minute. So you've got people that are alive that had some connection to the assassination of probably one of the greatest presidents in America's history, and someone's told you not to look further because you'd be disappointed, or whatever the bullshit reason was, and it's told us all the same thing again, you know. It's the same fucking shit over and over and over again. Anyway, yeah. So anyway, there was a press conference, and because so I've got two issues with these pardons, right? Two massive issues with these pardons that occurred 15 minutes before the official end of Biden's presidency over the United States of America, right? 15 minutes. And in that time, he pardoned Fauci, I pardoned so many people, including almost all of his family. And I know some dirty, dodgy things about his family. His wife, even his wife, which would have all come out in the wash. Now, one of the issues I've got with that is the fact that there's the whole world, anyone with half a fucking brain that's still operating, right, will know that he wasn't of sane cognitive mind as he was, say, 20 years ago. He was clearly struggling right from the start of his presidency. So he was never running anything. So how can a president of I'm aware that they can, as they're leaving office, they can pardon people. I'm aware of that. It's in the Constitution, right? And I'm aware of that. But surely there must be a clause somewhere that states that if the president is not of sound mind, then he's not in a position to pardon anyone. So all of those pardons should be overturned. All of them. So anyway, he was asked in this press conference, are you aware, Mr. Trump, that Anthony Fauci no longer receives government security? And he said, yeah, I am, yeah. So they said, well, are you worried about his safety? He said, no, I'm not. You know, he made a lot of money. Him and people like this I'm paraphrasing, but this is more or less. These people made a lot of money. They can afford their own security. So Fauci's not got any security now. And I said years back that at some point they'll start throwing each other under the bus. And we are seeing that. We just need to see it. We need to see it starting to happen in the Labour Party. My father was a Londoner and my mum was born in Manchester near Nuneaton. Yeah, bit of north, bit of south, bit of balance, you know. I'm glad that you said that I'm glad that you didn't say that your father was tool maker. Fuck the numbers, Dave. It's about aggression and standing up for ourselves. It's about thinking things through before we because look at the riots of last Keltoy or Celtoy. Drop down whereabouts you're from. You know, you'd have to, I don't want to know your exact address, you know, or your sort code or your fucking passwords or anything. Just your town. We need to think this through because we've got to be better than them. You know, we might have the numbers on our side, but then they've got some serious crowd control technology now. You know, because they've sussed out the whole frequency thing, which is what we are. We're frequency. We're light. We're beings of light, which is a frequency. A Jack Russell. You spelled Russell wrong, but it's okay. Can fight off Rottweiler, no problem. Jack Russells have got the hearts of lions. My Zephyr, you know, she'll take on a Rottie. You're like, fucking come on then. Yeah, but I've heard of small dogs killing Rottweilers. Very small dogs killing Rottweilers. Got stuck in the throat. I apologise. Yeah, everyone's feeling like that about our homeland, but it's down to the people to do something about it, and we will. We just need more numbers. You know, there's far too many people that they've settled into their own little kind of routine, their little bubble. You know, I'm all right, Jack type attitude, and they're either oblivious to what's happening in the real world, or they're choosing not to look, you know, which makes them complicit and just as bad. Got to be rage, but also got to be smart. Exactly, Dave. Exactly. Yeah, but not rage, because rage. I use that word. I did use that word quite flippantly when one of the dogs was drinking water because I can't cope with the noise. That's why I've got ear cancelling headphones on to minimise that. And I just said it's like a cross between anxiety and rage. It wasn't rage, because rage is a strong fucking word. It's a very, very powerful human emotion. And when you're feeling, I'm sorry it's blurring out, guys. When or if you feel rage, rage is way, way, way up there than anger. Once you've got into rage mode, you've lost control. We've got to be controlled. We've got to be in control, not controlled. That would take the whole point away, wouldn't it? We're not losing. Keltoy. Right. Let me get another point out there. Right. If you think that you're losing, then you will lose. No matter what happens to you, never, ever, ever develop a victim mentality, ever, because that will make you weak. You know, any mistakes you've made, any regrets you've got, own them, because they're on you. You know, and any stress, any fears, all of these emotions, they're all on you. It's all down to you to control them. But a victim mentality or a defeatist mentality, it's that's not what this this online community, our little tribe here, that's not what we're about. None of us are defeatist. Some of us struggle from time to time. Some of us find it a bit overwhelming from time to time. There's a lot to be overwhelmed about, you know. Everything's changing, you know, on a profound level. and people are feeling the pinch financially. People are feeling oppressed, because we are. Or they're attempting to oppress us, should I say. So, you know, you've just don't be a victim. Don't be a victim, and don't be a defeatist. You know, I've made it very clear right from the start, I am not an optimist. My brother will tell you, you know, I'm not an optimist, you know, but I'm not a pessimist either. I'm a realist. And that's where balance is. So I'm a realist. And even though the road ahead of us is you know, it's going to be rough. It's going to be unbelievably rough. Anything that's in your mind, in the general mind, public that are like us to some degree or another, are going to find out really, really quickly that it was way, way worse than they anticipated. So think of worst case scenarios and then war game them to make sure that you're prepared for it. That's the whole point of being a prepper. You know, to be prepared for any eventual outcome. So just imagine worst case scenarios. That's it. And then deal with it. But yeah, no defeatist attitude. And yeah. Right, yeah. So where was that? My mind started going off on one then. Why history is called history? Because it will always repeat. It doesn't necessarily repeat. It rhymes. So history rhymes. So it won't be exactly the same. It'll be different, but the same. If that makes sense. But I know where you're coming from, brother. Those pardons made my blood boil. Has Biden already been pardoned at some point? If not, hopefully he's screwed. All of those pardons, anyone with a fucking brain, which is all of us, right, will know that a sitting president, which is what he was up until the moment Trump took over, because Kamala Harris never took over the presidency, even though she was vice president. That's her job. If anything happens to the president, then the vice president sort of steps in until someone else is democratically elected, right? So it's a no-brainer. If you've got a president, a sitting president that hasn't got all his faculties, how can he be of sound mind to pardon anyone? He can't. It's impossible. So all of those pardons, they need to be overruled. And again, I can't see that happening because I don't trust Trump. I believe he's part of all this. He's a businessman with an ego, you know? Yes, I've managed to be president twice now, you know? It seems like the world is made up of three different types of people when it comes to Trump. So yeah, going back to the pardons, they all need to be overturned because he wasn't of sound mind. And I don't know why I'm not the only one that's not fucking saying this. So with Trump, you've got your Trump derangement syndrome, which is where you had all these nut job leftards, usually women with beautiful, beautiful hair, clippers, zzz, 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 all down, you know, like that's not going to make a difference to anybody. Nobody gives a fuck, right? All you've done is make yourself look like an Eastern European refugee, you know, or yeah, no, I could go down on the routes there. So you've got Trump derangement syndrome. Then you've got your MAGAs who, if I turn around and said, look, you can't trust Trump, they just pull out of their, you know, license to carry and just shoot me straight in the forehead because they don't want to hear any bad words about Trump. They just lost they're spellbound. So you've got the proper anti-Trump, but irrational anti-Trump. You've got the pro-Trump, but irrational pro-Trump, the MAGAs. And then you've got people like me. I will never lay our flag or never lat our flag or my knees hit the ground. Yeah, no one should be living on the knees. And I believe that the vast majority of the people listening to this now would never, ever do that. Ever, ever. It's not an option that's on the table. It certainly isn't for me. My father was a conscientious objector. You've just reminded me of something, Joe. Right, so I want to give you just an amazing example, right? So not every single one of us are going to end up on. I don't want to distract myself. I think I can do this without referencing from my phone, right? Let me just read some of these first. I'll get back onto that. A Celt, Saxon, Viking in my blood. It's warm and patriotic. My axe is sharp and willing to be blunted. Great attitude, right? And that leads me on to what I'm going to say next, right? So everybody needs to be doing something. Everyone needs to be contributing towards the betterment of mankind, which is the opposite of what our governments are doing, our respective governments are doing, right? So I believe that the only way forward is a revolt, a proper full-on revolution, a new renaissance. I think that's the only way. And as you guys know, I openly admit that I am an anarchist. It doesn't mean going around burning, setting cars on fire and stuff like that. Look it up. Look up the word anarchist or anarchism. It just means without a government, dealing with shit ourselves. Look at these pedo hunters. They're doing the job of the police 10 times more efficiently. Then they hand the pedo over to the police, and then they get a suspended sentence, or maybe a couple of months jail time, or a little bit of community service. That's what sort of punishment's that? This is why we need to police ourselves. And again, the police are corporate. They work for the Crown Corporation. So if they laid one hand on you, that's assault. That's assault. In law, you can then literally arrest that police officer for assaulting you. But one of the things that we're lacking at the moment are guts and balls. But they're on the way. People need to suffer more first, sadly. I've forgotten what I was going to say now. Yes. So you'll have your people with your axes and your baseball bats and your stuff like that, trying to take our country back. I do see that coming. But not everyone's going to want to adorn a bat or, whatever. I could reel a list off, but we do have to tread carefully a little bit, because inciting violence, they will take videos down. But not everyone will be able to do that. So everyone will have a purpose. Hopefully everyone will have a purpose. And so there'll be people right at the front, like me, probably like my brother, right at the front. But then we're going to need people right at the back to dress our wounds, to make sure that we're fed and watered, ready to go back out there again. There's more of an extensive list than that. Not everyone's a fighter, but everyone needs to have a role. Our rat terrier killed a raccoon, many squirrels, a feral cat. Wow. Is that an actual terrier, Lily? A rat terrier, or is it just a terrier that you got for killing rats and various pests? I love rats, but I get why people, they can be quite destructive. But pet rats are just lovely. No, bro. She lives in Seattle, Pete. We've got people in our little tribe from all over the world. Considering the size of the channel, that's pretty impressive, But yeah, she lives in Seattle in America, but she was a cowgirl at some point as well. She's got her own channel, P. Have a look, have a listen. Lovely voice, dead calming. Rage needs channeling. It does. So if you channel rage, then you've got control of rage. Now, but then I believe that rage can't be channeled properly, because it's an emotion that is like autopilot emotion, which means that you've lost control. So anger, being able to channel anger, I don't think you can channel rage. I think I think you can, but it will always be out of control and aimed at the person or people that you are feeling enraged against. Rage is a word that's just used so flippantly, It's a very, very powerful emotion, and when that adrenaline kicks in, and you start fighting with rage, you end up, you don't remember much. You don't remember much of the fight, not because you've been knocked out, but because rage has taken over. Rage and adrenaline, we have to be controlled. We've got to be better than the enemy, and we are, and more numerous. Where are we? Well, I get where you're coming from, Bo Witchy. Yeah. While you still disobey, you're never defeated, and I'm not seeing anyone here bowing their heads on their knees. No, Dave, because none of us are like that. I know for a fact that I've definitely kind of profiled a few people as being a little bit delicate, to the point where it's kind of made me from time to time think, should I go down this route of darkness of this topic, or will it be too much for certain people to take on board? So I've held back from time to time, knowing that we do have people in our little tribe that are delicate. But I don't think any of us will live on our knees. I think we're all fighters. We'll all, again, leading yourself, once you start to learn how to do that, and once you do it, once it starts happening to you, it's unbelievably empowering, and people will sense it. People will feel it around you, But yeah, I can't imagine any of us. You see, it's in order to get ourselves out of this shit show, right? We're going to have to battle. I can't really see any other way. So, so it's going to get to the point, when they start to. I love you, darling. When it gets to the point where they're trying to be even more oppressive and more and more and more oppressive, then we have to get, we have to meet them head on, and then some, but we are a militia in the making, but a militia of good people for the good of humanity. So when you're a militia, you're constantly thinking outside the box. These people are trained to think inside the box, generally. So what you're going to be met with at some point in your life, in your lifetime, is either slavery or bravery. There's no middle ground. You're either one or the other. You're either a slave or you're brave. And it's a case of digging into that courage, that underlying courage, because it's there. It's there. I'm telling you. It's just that some people need to dig a little bit deeper than others, you know. You say, I know my brother. I know he'd take a bullet for me. I know he would. And he knows I'll take one for him. So, and he's got the minerals. He's got the minerals. Some people have thought that we were like, you know, same dad, because we do look alike. We do sound very similar as well. I'm just like an older version of him, a more bearded, like Happy Shopper Gandalf version. You know, does anyone remember ZZ Top? I'm more kind of ZZ Bottom. Well, you still just yeah. London Crew 88 in the house. How's it going there? I'm assuming that you're. I'm just assuming that you're a guy. So I'll call you brother. You know, welcome to the party. Welcome to the Friday night party. You know, good to see you. I don't recognise your username. So yeah, welcome. Good to see you. I'm just scrolling down now, guys, so I do apologise. We are too liberal. The world. You see, yeah, liberalism. You know, so liberate. I think there's just got to be there's got to be lines drawn there. You know, especially when it starts to affect our kids and what our kids are being taught in schools, and then getting them to guess whether or not they're meant to be a boy or meant to be a girl. You know, that's too liberal. There's no need for that shit. It's liberalism at the moment is a cancer of society, and it needs to be put back in check. A lot of things need to be put back in check. We've got our work cut out for us. You know, the whole cleanup in aisle 2. Imagine that on a global scale. That's what we're up against on the other side of this hill. You know, there's been so much damage done, so much damage. To be strong and calm allows you to take yourself in the right direction and see all that are walking in your direction. Yeah. Keep your head when everyone else is losing theirs. And I think the vast majority of us, we do that. I think a big chunk of us probably come into our own when we're under stress. Again, Andrea talking earlier on, you know, we saved a woman's life. Literally, it was a literal life and death situation on my second to last fucking shift. After 16 and a half years of service to this organisation, you know, I'd had a few shitty shifts. You know, everyone has bad shifts. But for it to be a life or death situation where, you know, you're thinking there is a possibility that by the time the emergency services arrive, I'm gonna be cradling a dead woman on my shift. which would have been extremely impactful. But throughout the entire scenario, as it played out, I was in complete and total control. So when I've said to you guys, you'll know when it's your time to shine, that's what I mean. It might not be in a situation like that, but you will know where you operate best from, you know, for the greater good of everyone else. The greater good. Again, that sounds so 1984, but you know I don't mean it like that. They've taken certain phrases and certain words and they've trashed them. But we know what we mean. No, kindness is not our weakness. It's not. Being overly tolerant is but again, you know, that's only because we're like towing the government line. Well, I'm not, and most of you guys aren't. But that's one of the problems. People just going along with it, you know. But kindness is never a weakness. Some people do mistake kindness for weakness. That's happened in my life, much to their dismay, you know. But no, kindness is not a weakness. I do disagree with you on that one, Keltoy or Seltoy. South Seattle, working in Seattle today. I did think with raccoons. Nice to virtually meet you. Oh, isn't that lovely? I love it. I love it. And not just on here, you know, when I put a video out and I see people having a conversation in one of the threads, I never stick my nose in. I'll heart. You'll get a minimum of a heart, but I don't get involved because it's between you guys, you know. By the time you get this, I'll be kicking out Zeds. Take care, lovely tribe. Oh, I missed you. Sorry, Annie. If you can still hear me, sweet dreams, lass, and I'll speak to you soon. It's an actual registered rat terrier. Right, I just need to. I've got to see what a rat terrier looks like now. I've got a book on breeds down there. You know, if Sal was here, she'd be saying, "I know what a rat terrier is." So let me just check. And you know, it'd be good for you guys just to see what one looks like. Photos of rat terrier. Oh, they're gorgeous. They're like a. Well, I was going to say a combination of. They're like long-legged, long-eared. Oh, I don't know. I'll show you. No, this isn't great. Yeah, that's a rat terrier. Never, ever, ever heard of one. Yeah, Sleepless. I know where you're going with that, Pete. Sleepless in Seattle. It was a film. I'm sure. What's his name was in that? Was it? What was his name? Saving Private Ryan. Anyway. Cold-blooded people in Seattle, very Swedish, Norwegian. Oh, I love that. I didn't know that because I know that there would have been an influx of people that would have settled in certain areas as they went over there. Because it's still, you know, considering, honestly, Lily, if you look at the age of America, of North America, and how these metropolises have sprouted up. Some of the tallest buildings in the world, and just skyscraper after skyscraper. And when you think about it, it's a very, very young nation. Emerald City, my mistake. City that never sleeps. No, you're right, bro. Seattle. No, New York is a city that never sleeps. The Big Apple. But there was a film called Sleepless in Seattle. I think my brother's trying it on with you, Lily. He's trying to pull you. He's single. I'm no slave. I'm a free man. Yeah, I know you are, mate. We all are. We're all free men and women. We all are. It's a mindset, and anyone that tries to take that away from you is the enemy, and the enemy needs to be dealt with, in whatever way you feel or see fit. And that will just become easier and easier and easier as we move along and we have more and more people joining the ranks. It'll make the whole transition of going from almost centralized government down to localized government and a tribal cooperative way of living. It's the only way forward where we can all be happy, and live healthily. It's how we should be. We shouldn't be living like this. I have the same beard, lol. Do you really? I have been, like I said, I've been tempted to kind of take it off and maybe just have a goatee, but it's just took about a year for me to get this, And when I'm out with the girls, I do see like robins and sparrows eyeing it up as a potential nesting site. So, yeah. As a child, I grew up with travellers and pikers, the most kind, traditional folk with honour and morals. If you're within that community, yeah. If you're not, I know of at least 2 elderly women that have been ripped off by pikers and then marched under threat to cash machines. So, we've all got our own. It depends on what side of the fence that you're looking at this from, my friend. I only woke up very early on in 2020, and no way will I ever comply with their nonsense. My old life is gone. I am now fighting for my daughter's future. That's beautiful, Sky Girl. Yeah. I think most of us, 2020, I remember when everything suddenly clicked into place in my head. I think I've always been a little bit awake, I think I've always questioned, everything. But it happened over a space of about half an hour, something like that. And I was just lying in bed with Sal. And it was unbelievably overwhelming. And I don't think I'd ever held anyone so tight in my life. It was a massive fucking hit. But I've said to a few people, there is a sliding scale of what awake is, but I think if you take some of our more extreme awake people and you manage to kind of download that information from your head and into the head of a normie, within 20, 30 seconds, their fucking legs would give way. And they'd probably never recover. Yet, here we are, stronger than ever. Like I said, give yourself some credit because it's due. People wake up in their own time. Yeah, they do. Yeah. And Dave, yeah, that's a really good point. And it's a point that I've made in the past, that there are people like us that are waking up and having that impact right now, you know, all over the world. Where everything just seems to just fall into place and give you this picture of reality. And it is like when Neo wakes up in that pod and he's got all those things attached to him, you know, that a little bit like that. And it's impactful, you know. And then when Morpheus turns around, I'm sorry, I'm giving film references but I think it's relevant. Then Neo turns around to Morpheus and says, "My eyes hurt." He said, "That's because you've never used them before." And that is a profound point in that film, because when we became more aware or fully aware, some people just woke up and saw it all. Some people see more than others. There's a massive sliding scale, right? But the point is that you are all using your eyes now for the first time. You're getting used to the light, the real light. It's impactful. It's impactful. It is. But we've made it through that. And it's almost our duty to help people up, you know. We've managed to get through all that madness, and we're aware that there's more madness to come, but we need to reach back to someone that's just woken up and then pull them up, you know. Support each other. That's what this channel is all about. That's what our little tribe is all about. Oh, it's Adrian Guess's mum. You still never told me what your name was. It's good to see you, sweetheart. I know that Scotland got hammered last night. It was the path of this storm, which reached like 100-mile-an-hour winds in some parts, went straight through kind of central Ireland, sort of northern of Ireland, the northern parts of Ireland and Northern Ireland, and then swept over through the Lake District and Scotland. And it would have done a lot of damage, hell of a lot of damage. I hope that none of your stuff got hammered or wrecked. It's not nice waking up to the aftermath of a really heavy storm. Work is really cutting into my day here. Hey Lily, just you can either use us as a distraction from that, or you can just cut off from us and just focus on your work. But I think you're better off listening to us. It'll keep you sane throughout your shift, or throughout whatever it is that you do now. Law and morals, ethics is a key to a functioning society, a functional society. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Everyone having a moral compass. Now, some people's moral compasses are different to other people's moral compasses. Some can be just as good as the next person, but just slightly different, because you're more passionate about this particular aspect of it. That person might be more passionate about this particular aspect of it, and everything in between. This is what I'm saying. You know, the more people we wake up, the more broader their minds are, the quicker all of this can be done and dusted, you know, almost overnight, almost. You know, I've had friends saying that it'll take years for us to get things back to what we would consider acceptable. You know, I don't think it will. Because the infrastructure is already in place. Everything's in place. I mean, I can imagine like all of you guys out there are paying cash just to live on this planet. It shouldn't be that way. And it actually isn't that way. It's just that your governments have made it look that way. There are plenty of people out there that are no longer paying their council tax. Not only are they not paying their council tax, they've had rebates for previous council tax bills. There are people out there that are no longer paying for their electricity or gas or water. It's because your straw man is paying for that. You shouldn't have to pay for that because you're paying for it twice. I know that that'll make sense to some of you guys. Your straw man, by the way, is your birth certificate. It's a different entity. It's a piece of paper. It's dead. Like the corporate world is dead. So it interacts with your corporate self, your corporate straw man. It interacts with that financially through you as a living, breathing man or woman. The Matrix is a top load of films and with good quotes that hit the spot. Yeah. Oh, there's so many quotes, and so many people woke up just off the back of that film. You know, it was unbelievably impactful. You know, and it does make you wonder how that late on, really. What was it? 1998. The Matrix, the first one. Now it makes you wonder why they would allow a film out there that wasn't full of wokery and, you know, subliminal fucking bollocks, continuing to advertise shit and program your mind even further into accepting shit that's not acceptable. There's none of that in the Matrix. None of it. It's a hard-hitting message. And it makes you wonder why they allowed that to get out there. Where are we? Thanks for the shout out. Yeah, that's all right, mate. That's all right. It's good to see you. I thought he was a bloke. You know, my instincts were telling me, but I have been wrong in the past. My awakening was that COVID nonsense. It was an awakening for most people, mate, around the same time. It opened a lot of eyes. You know, a lot of people could see straight through it, and they knew that something was amiss, that something wasn't right. You know, they were walking out into the streets. There was none of this, bring out your dead, bring out your dead, you know, and some bloke kind of walking down with a big cart for you to chuck your loved ones on. I didn't see any of that. I saw no one dropping down, you know. But Sal had been diagnosed by then, and I think she'd just started chemo. So I had to be vigilant to make sure that there wasn't some sort of harmful virus out there. And as time's gone by, I again, as most of you guys know, I don't believe that there was anything out there. Just the usual culprits, the common cold, the flu, and variants of it. That's it. Naturally occurring. Hey, Miss Hinch, how you doing, sweetheart? Good to see you. Good to see you. I love it when people just you get some people that just jump off. They've got shit to do, and then you get new people jumping in, and I love that. It makes it very dynamic. But did you read what I said? A liberal way is not conclusive to a functional society. Yeah, I think I elaborated on that. Yeah, I'm sure I did. But I am a liberal person. Yeah, I believe in freedom. You don't get more liberal than that. Liberal, liberty. Liberty. So I'm all for freedom and freedom of expression. Definitely freedom of speech, as you know. I'll say words on live streams and in my videos that I know most channels are either kind of finding an alternative word for it or bleeping it out completely. Self-censoring themselves because they're suckling on the teat of Google. They don't want to get their channel demonetized. Selling out. That's what I call it. Selling out. March 1999, bro. What was that? What was that, Pete? What happened in 1999? I would live to have a convo with you, dude. Hey, look, we're looking into the possibility of having a little bit of a. Where are you from, Keltoy or Celtoy? Where are you from? I don't think you mentioned it. But we are looking to try and arrange a little bit of a tribal gathering for whoever can make it out in the woods somewhere, with a giant fire pit and just sat around the fire and getting to know each other and getting to talk to each other in person. So that's on the cards. It's just a case of we just don't know how the world is going to be. Even then, it shouldn't prevent us. I mean, when they declared lockdowns, I wasn't locked down. I'm not getting fucking locked down. No one tells me what I can do. I'm a man. I'm a grown-ass man. I know my own mind. Someone telling me that you need to stay inside your house. Fuck off. Plus, on top of the fact that the only people that stuck to those rules were people that were frightened or easily manipulated. Just saying, But yeah, I mean, the vast majority of people that were like, fuck off. And then they got a COVID fine and then thought, fuck off to that as well. Went to court, to say, I'm not paying this, and every single COVID fine that was fought in court was overturned. Every single one. But there would have been a lot of people out there that were paying them. Yeah. Where was I? Yeah. Hi, Araya. Who's Araya? Have I missed something? One of the most beautiful pieces of music is called Araya on Air, and British Airways used that particular piece of music for their adverts for a few years, and it's just so beautiful. I love drum and bass. I know my brother likes drum and bass. We're both mad on drum and bass. But I love opera. I love classical music. A little bit of rock. It's easier to point out what I don't like, really. And I can remember hearing Adagio for strings for the first time, and I couldn't, you know, my eyes welled up. It affected me. Music's very powerful. Use it as an ally to get you through this nonsense. You know, take time out and listen to music. It will help. It will. I guarantee it. Small government, low tax, freedom of speech, and self-regulation is key. Yeah, that one comment there is a typical comment that comes from a real anarchist, because that's pretty much what it is, you know. Yeah, the first Matrix yeah, it was mind-blowing. So you live in Sussex, right? I mean, do you drive? A pure blood. Yeah, most of us are pure bloods, but some of us aren't, you know. And you can go back right to my first video, watch every single one of them back, and I've not slated one single person, not excluded one single person. Anyone that said, well, but I you know, I have been wearing a mask for this, and fuck off. No time for mask wearers. You are a slave if you wear a mask, especially if you genuinely believe that this thing around your face that's hiding your beautiful smile, right, is going to stop any you know, bacterial or viral particle in the air. If you believe that that's going to work, then you're a fucking muppet. So, you know, I did go hell for leather on mask wearers. But then even those of you who did get jabbed, you know, there was a choice. There was a choice. And if you went in there armed with a bit more law on your side and you knew what you were talking about, there was always a choice. No one forced you to get jabbed. Nobody. It was a choice. Right. So I've got an idea, right? But I'm gonna get another drink, roll another fag, and then I'll put this idea forward, right? And then we'll see if we can put Rose Hippie Guy's skills to the test of finding silver linings, right? Because they are everywhere. Every negative has a positive. Every negative has several negatives and several positives, you know. It's just that some people can so bogged down with all of this craziness, because it is crazy. Everything's inverted. So many people can get so bogged down that they can't see, or they struggle to look for silver linings. But I feel fairly certain that you can start. In fact, make a start now, right? Whilst I'm getting my drink in that, and then I'll give a silver lining to every single one of these. I've committed myself now. Fucking hate it when I do that. Make a start. What's your number one worry moving forward? Okay, start listing them, and I'll go through them, and I'll find a silver lining for every single one of them. Okay, bear with me. I'll probably be a minute. Okay, please make a start. Your biggest concern, your biggest worry, just one. Just thought I'd just show you dead quick. This is a harvest, my little harvest of beetroot from today. This is about half of what I've got out there. I'm going to let the rest to grow and leave at least one to grow to seed. Back once again, the Renegade Master. Right then, so let's begin. Right, your dog dying. I have the same concerns. If you've, I don't know how long you've been subscribed to the channel, or if you even are subscribed to the channel, because this live stream is open to the general public. So if you've been subscribed and you've been on any of my walk and talks, you'll see that I've got 2 dogs. And I've had conversations with them where I've just said, I miss you already, you know, because in the space of about 6 weeks, I had my beautiful Border Terrier Sky. She had to be put down, and I had to be the one to hold her, you know. That happened. Then Sal got diagnosed with a death sentence. Then COVID happened, all within the space of 6 weeks. You know, it did a job on me. But the realistic element of losing your dog, for example, is the fact that we know that they don't live as long as we do, and all you need to do to avoid any regrets further down the line off the back of losing your dog is to make sure that you give that dog every single bit of love, attention, and stimulation, you know, as you possibly can. Shower it with love, because that's all they do with us, you know, unconditionally. And then you'll have all of those memories that no one can take away from you of the time that you spent with that dog, you know, because they're family. My silver lining was, yeah, I'll have a brew, Maria. Yeah, half a teaspoon of sugar, not quite sweet enough. My silver lining was through COVID, when everyone learned how to make banana bread. I learned to throw knives and axes, and the COVID payment paid for it. Yeah, hey, that is, if anything, that, look, if ever there was a lovely example of making lemonade out of lemons, then that's it. That's pretty impressive. I like that, Dave. Lovely. Yeah, I'm the same, bro, with coffee. I can't drink. I don't mind a really nice. I don't mind an espresso first thing in the morning. So I go from like, oh, I wish I could have done with another hour, to like, right, what we're doing. Brony, been watching for a few months. Well, yeah. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad you've been watching, mate, and just know that that I feel I have the same worries. You know, I don't want to lose these, and yeah, it's just unfortunate. You know, it's unfortunate we become very attached because they are family. People are easily coerced when they are programmed never to think outside the box. I'm very pro thinking outside the box, Andrea. Freedom to think critically is the key to the freedom of speech. It is absolutely. Nothing is ever as it seems. Question everything. Absolutely. Fucking love that comment, Andrea. You know, we all need to meet. We need to get everyone together again and have a little bit of a meet up, you know, like the old days, you know. You see, were you there, Andrea? If you weren't, I think you will have known about it. So Mencap, which is where me and Andrea used to work, it's a very female kind of dominated industry, caregiving, right? And one of our co-workers had a jacuzzi in her garden, and I was invited along. Sal had stuff to do, but I explained to her. I said, "Look, I've been invited to a jacuzzi evening. You know, a few drinks and getting in this big jacuzzi with four other women." And she was like, "It's okay, I'll give you a lift." Trust. But that was at Emma's house, if you remember. Yeah. Don't you will make me cry, lol. Hey, look, it's good to. That's another thing, you know, to all the blokes out there, you know, who are afraid of sharing their emotions. I've done videos where I've really debated on whether or not to upload them, because I don't want to. I never wanted to come across as vulnerable or weak, you know. The whole male pride thing just gets in the fucking way, you know. So it's a case of being a man, right? Protecting your woman, protecting your kids, protecting your castle and your friends and your family, you know. I wish this would stop fucking doing that. But just be aware that, as I said, she's drinking again. Oh, she's finished. So just be aware that you've still got emotions. 75% of all suicides are male. And that's because people don't show their emotions. They don't let, you know, we've got tear ducts for a reason, and it lets a little bit of steam out in order for us to be able to keep moving forward. So never hold your emotions back, lads. You ladies, I don't need to say that to you. You know, you'll if you feel like it, you'll fucking cry at the drop of a hat. But I think we can learn a lot. We can learn a lot from women, because they express themselves freely, whereas as blokes don't. You know, we don't want to show weakness. We don't want to show any vulnerability or anything like that. So it just builds up and builds up and builds up to the point where you just think, right, fuck it, I'm going to tap out of life. Don't get like that. Always let your emotions flow. Always. Hated losing my dog, but our dogs have us for the whole of their lives. That's a beautiful way of putting that, Dave. Yeah, we might not have them for our entire lives, but they've got us for theirs. I like that. That's lovely. Yeah. Yeah, if ever there was a silver lining, you know, I can't do better than that, I'm afraid. Yeah, they're just lovely. Yeah, I'm trying to stay on topic, and yeah. Yeah, Lulu, that doesn't surprise me about you at all. Um, yeah, yeah. Outrider's back as well. So we've got Lulu and Outrider in the house, which is lovely to see. Good to see you guys. Really, 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 really good. It's all right. Better late than never, mate. You know, you're still here. That's all that matters. No, Dave, the problem is I've got something called misophonia, where there are certain sounds I can't cope with. It's a bastard. And storm drinking water is one of those noises. It doesn't, you know, I don't just kind of jump over and just ragdoll her around the fucking kitchen just because she's having a drink. I know she's got a drink, you know. It's just the noise. There's certain noises in the world, like babies crying for extended lengths of time, really noisy eaters. That's another one. You know, lip smacking when they eat. You know, our table manners separate us from fucking farmyard animals. You know. So yeah, that's all it is, Dave. It's got nothing to do with what you can hear. It's what I can hear. It affects me. I've been like it since I was a kid. Most of you guys have already heard that. We want it real and true, and you'll get it real and true. And we all bounce off each other as well, Maria. You know, we all need to know that we're all, to some degree or another, reading from the same sheet. You know, because it's unifying, and unification, you're never going to feel alone. So the topic, Lulu, was a little bit of a weird one, really. It was like, what is your biggest worry moving forward, your biggest stress moving forward? And then we were going to try and turn it into find a positive in it, which is possible. It's easy, it's doable, completely doable. I sent you an email for when you get a chance to look at, brother. Yeah, I'll check that out, mate. I will. Provided, I think if we have a cut-off point, easier said than done. When it starts to flow, but if we aim for midnight, then at least then everyone can still get a good night's kip, you know. And that will still be an easier 5 hour. A 5 hour live stream. But yeah, I'll have a look at it when I've come off the live stream, Outrider, Michael. I'll have a look. I can't handle noisy eaters or lip smackers. Yeah, you've probably got a form of misophonia. You know, it's not a phobia. It's an irrational. Not even, well, it is irrational. It is irrational. It's just a dog drinking, for fuck's sake. You know, feeling anxious and angry from, you know, one of your precious dogs just having a drink and just quenching her thirst. That is irrational. You know, just sometimes some of the most simple comments make me crack up. And I don't like hiccups. It boils my piss. It's one of them. You know, I don't mind hiccups. It can. Do you mean when people are hiccuping when they're talking to you, or when you're talking and you're hiccuping? Because that can be quite frustrating. Yeah, it is. It is. If you look up misophonia, that's one of the symptoms of this is rage, or at least anger. Again, rage is a word it's just used too often, like love or sorry or thank you. You know, there are a lot of words that are used nowadays where you're not putting your soul behind the word when you should. So yeah, rage is when you've lost control. If it was proper rage, you'd grab whoever it is that's eating like an animal and just force their head into their spag bowl. Then pour a glass of water over their head, slam your glass down, and then walk out. Irrational. Rage is irrational. As soon as rage kicks in, you've lost control. Hair dryers. That doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. But then, we're all different. Keeping your land. Right. Well, we know about the bill that they've tried to push through, Lulu. It was voted against. And then they're gonna vote again on it in July. Now, they won't take your land if you start putting measures in place, and these trust funds and stuff like that, and then you've got all of these local response teams on Telegram. If you find one in your area and someone's trying to evict you from your land, everyone will converge and they'll use the letter of the law. There's always 2 or 3 people that are well versed. They'll turn up and they'll turn it around. Me, good luck to anyone that tries to get into this house. Good luck. It will be a fucking shit show. It will be. I'm 100% confident that I can defend this house at least until I get my girls out of the way into safety. Won't get manners from the teens of today. There are some. Look, you know what? It's so easy to tar all of that generation. The teens with the same brush. Yeah, I've seen exemplary examples of really, really, really clued up, switched on 16, 17, 18-year-olds, which kind of just gave me a little bit of a boost, because I'm thinking your generation is going to be leading us forward when when I'm all decrepit. And so it's nice. Check out the song Addis by OM. It's heavy stoner doom. You're really selling it to me. Yeah, other people hiccuping. Right, yeah. It doesn't bother me, but again, we're all these are just examples of our uniqueness. I must have a shitload of labels. Yeah, what, for other people, or for yourself? I don't think that you're easily pigeonholed, Lulu. I don't think any of us are, any of us here. But my fear for the future is the UK becoming Yukanistan. Boils my blood. We've got Christians, we've got agnostics, we've got atheists, we've got Hindus, we've got Sikhs, we've got Jews, You know, as a collective, we hold a massive majority. Now, the more shit that comes out, this is to Outrider. So the more shit that comes out, and the more support that we see, and the more connections that the public make between Starmer and this influx of people, and his part is extremely integral part. If integral is the right word, you know, he's got no integrity whatsoever, none, zero. You know, I cleaned up one of their shits in the garden earlier on that had more integrity than Starmer. But it was a lot easier to fucking get hold of. So, yeah, look, it's going to be a challenge. There is going to be a race war in this country. There is. But just know that we are the bigger army, you know, and we can't allow that to happen. We just need a few more people to grow up here, you know. I mean, we've got Lula here, you know. She's a woman that will kick the fuck off. She'll be in it. She'll be involved in all of this, you know. So when we start to take our country back and return it back to Christian values, and if you don't, you know, if you don't like it, fuck off, you know. If you can't assimilate and fit with the British traditions and our way of life, fuck off, you know, and we'll help you fuck off, because by then we'll be in charge. Yeah, I know the whole, like, the 77th Brigade is everywhere. And you know what? When I mentioned that in a very, very early video, no one had ever heard of them. And now they're bigger than ever. And it's full of our lads and lasses that have sold their fucking soul. They would have been picked individually, probably because maybe they were on the spectrum somewhere and they were just, yes sir, no sir, three backs full sir, you know, completely devoid of any individuality, right? And they would have been approached and said, look, we see that you're really good with the whole cyber thing, and you're quite good with tech and computers and blah blah blah. How do you feel about a promotion, you know, to join the 77th Brigade? It's a very you know, a very unique arm of the army, and most of them were like, yeah, all right, that sounds good. Yeah, that sounds good. Not realizing or not caring about the fact that they're fucking their own countrymen and women up, you know, being part of what could be said, you know, part of possibly of why some people are doing 3 years for a tweet. So fuck them, you know. I've got defense plans, but when they come with tactics. This is why we think outside the box. They're not going to, I'm telling you now, they are not going to see what I've got coming. They won't anticipate any of it. This is why I've said for years now, think outside the box, because they all think inside the box. You know, they lack that individualism, because a lot of the police in particular that we see today, not all of them, but I'd say the vast majority of them are just egos in fancy dress. You know, their IQs aren't particularly admirable, you know, so they just wouldn't see it coming. You've got to think outside the box, and there's so much you can do. So much you can do. So yeah, just make sure your tactics are better than their tactics. you know what their tactics are going to be, you know, battering ram on the door, right? Or take the glass out to crawl through. Yeah, I've covered every angle. Them climbing on my kitchen extension roof and trying to get in through that bedroom window, covered. Every single angle covered. And they'll get a shot they'll get a shot over the bow as a warning to buy me enough time to get the girls out of the house. Then we're fucking, it's game on. I'd like to get medical training and then equipment. Yeah. Do you know what, Lily? Have a really good think about what sort, because I mean you can kind of, you can do a little bit of training, or you can do a lot of training, or you can do a little bit of training in a certain area, or a lot of training in a certain area, or be a general all-rounder. But I definitely think that is a good way forward, Lily. I've got a little bit of medical training. It's not, you know, I'm no paramedic, but I'm pretty sure, you know, again, myself and Andrea, we've both been in a situation where it was like that, life or death. And I did all my training, kicked in, all of it. And yeah, it's definitely worth looking into. Just because they are loud doesn't mean they will win. We will. Yeah, we will. We will. And you can't just, I implore you to not just say it and not just think it, but feel it. You know, when you feel it, you'll know that you're starting to lead yourself. And it makes us so powerful. We can still work together whilst leading ourselves. Zeph is having a drink now. And I've got the noise cancelling thing. We need to be stronger. We do. We could do with, they are converting our young lads at an alarming rate. Yeah, but it's they are, right? But once you've converted to Islam, just to get you through jail, because they've taken over so many fucking jails in this country, you can convert a lot of these young ones will convert just to keep them off their back, right? Like Andrew Tate going on about, if I was, you know, if I became Prime Minister of the UK, you know, vote for me, blah blah. Whoa, Andrew, did you not convert? You've lost all fucking credibility of becoming anything in this country. But yeah, as soon as they get out of jail, Lulu, that's it. It's like, Islam, fuck that. You know, they get back to normal, or get back in with the wrong crowd and go back in there again. Without lies, Islam dies. Yeah. Oh yes, our army full of Marxists and fallen youth. No, I don't see that. Lulu. I just see a lot of people that are lost and they're looking for a light in the dark, and I think that that's what we can provide. No, an army of Vikings and Berserker, we will fight and win. We will. As long as you know it, you know, don't just say it. You've got to know it. I'm not an optimist. I'm a realist, and I can see that we will win this, but there will be a lot of casualties, and it'll be so fucking messy. And even when we get to the other side of the hill, we've got to then sort of find a way to restructure everything so it works for us, which is how it was intended. So much damage to repair and so much damage done. I get where you're coming from, Lulu, on that as well, that they're seduced by internet, TV consumption, consumerism, drugs, porn, and they're not dead inside. That everyone's human, you know, so that there will be a spark. Not in all of them. Some of them will be too far gone, but a lot of people will, you know, once you've shine a light on things and they start to pick up on things for themselves and realize what's going on themselves, then you'll see a glimmer of a little spark. You will. Yeah, they will revert back to normal, Maria. They will. If I go off, it's because power has gone off in our village again. And like a tit, I didn't charge the multiple power banks. Have to charge 2 in car now. Oh man. Oh, you fell down there, Lulu. All of my power banks are fully charged. All of my leisure batteries are all fully charged. But I won't connect any of them up just yet. Where are we? Lulu, we are warriors of Christ. I think you mean Christ and Odin. We won't be beat. We are strong. We are, especially if we band together. And again, going back to leading by example. If we're not leading by example, no one's going to follow us. If no one follows us, then we're on our own. You know. Yeah, that's right, Maria. To Lily, I'm sure you've got something over there that's affordable. I mean, to be fair, you know, these online courses, first aid courses and stuff, they're online. You need to be practicing, you know, you have to be practicing, you know, compressions and how to apply bandages and what bandages to use. And, you know, if you walk into a hell zone and you see, say, 5 people on the floor, 2 of them are screaming and screaming and screaming, you go to the ones that aren't screaming first. You know, there's so much to take on board. It's not just the physical application of first aid. It's a mindset, and but you'll do it. You'll do it if you want to do it. I wasn't talking about jail. I'm talking about what I see wandering around towns. Starts in the vape shops. Yeah, well, it's still a form of grooming. It's still the same demographic fucking with our country, and that has to end. And these kids are living in like mega highly cultural shitholes, you know. So in order to prevent themselves from being a target, they end up converting. But again, if they moved out of the area and that threat was removed, they just revert back to being what they were before they converted. Hold that thought, guys. I need to go to the little boys' room. Now, I don't, you know, if you ever invited me around to your house, I would never ever piss on your toilet seat. You know, I don't do that, because as I'm standing up, as long as I stand like that to have a wee, my manhood is about an inch and a half above the actual water level. You know what they say about those who brag? Just give me 1 minute. Oh, you know what? They say that the best things in life are for free, right? Having a wee's one of them. It is. Especially when you've been holding it in for a while. Yeah, you see, yeah, the whole paganism thing's just been completely misunderstood. And there's an Irish guy who, again, he had his purpose during the COVID nightmare. He had his purpose. He was saying, you know, just hold on, just wait, it'll pass. You know, don't cave in. Oh, I fucking know, what was his name? Irish fella. But I don't listen to him now because I think a lot of the stuff that comes out of his mouth is just, yeah. Nobody is dead inside, just sedated. I like to think. I like that, Pete. I agree. Yeah, I think that's kind of the line that I was kind of alluding to, really. But you've just put it into better words than me. Where are you from, Lulu? No, only the few will pass through the narrow path. Well, those few are going to be worth having around, you know. I think in the grand scheme of things, you've got a mixture of never ever take on a victim mentality, right? That's rule number one. Never ever take on a victim mentality to the point where all of this shit that's happening is all happening to me. You know, it's always on me. I get this fucking shit, and then whilst I'm dealing with that shit, I get this shit, and then I get more shit on top of that whilst I'm dealing with the earlier shit, and then you start to think, you know, I'm an all right person. I'm a good person. I try to do my absolute best. I try to be the absolute best version of myself. I do fall down from time to time. You know, I'm not superhuman. I am human. I do make mistakes, but generally, I think I'm a good person. So why am I getting all this shit? That is a victim mentality. You know, don't allow it. It's a weakness. And it's a weakness that you've got absolute control over if you choose to have it. I have a sauna in the yard. Oh, Lily, I'll be over on not the next flight, the flight after that. Okay. But I'll be sharing it with one chick instead of 4. I'm probably Basque, cross English, Anglo-Saxon. That's a fucking mad combination, that is. That makes you like a human version of a fucking Rottweiler, Lulu, which is just backs up my suspicions, which is one of the reasons why I got you to be a moderator. You, Lana, and Outrider, because you've got there's a right blend of people there to keep an eye out for the knobheads. Whilst I'm trying to interact with you guys, it takes that pressure off me. I love saunas and then an ice bath. Oh, fucking Albo Richie, what's up with you? I know that it's good for you. I know that it can help to reset. There's lots and lots of research that have gone into ice baths. You can buy pods on Amazon, get them back, assemble it, chuck loads of water in there, loads of ice cubes in there, and just submerge yourself. But I'm all about heat. I don't like the cold, you know. Again, stick me somewhere in the equator. You'll never hear me say, oh, it's too fucking hot. I've had enough now. We need a good rain to cool everything down. You'll never hear me say that. I felt revitalized afterwards. Yeah, and I don't like sharing saunas with complete strangers, because you don't know what they've got. You know, the whole shedding thing as well could be an issue. And I've not used a public swimming bath probably for about 20 years. I was just swimming. Myself and an old friend of mine, we booked like for a spa thing, you know, so you get to swim, you can have a Indian head massage, you can use the sauna, you can use the jacuzzi and all of this stuff all tied in. It was quite reasonable. And I was in the swimming pool, and I can remember just seeing this guy who was there obviously for doing, because it's a great form of exercise, it's low impact, you know. And this guy was swimming past me like a breaststroke, and then every now and then his mouth come out the side and spit water out. Right? Spit water out. And then I saw this young kid that was near the edge about to get out, because his mum was saying, right, come on, it's time to go. And he had snot coming out of both of his nostrils and off his lip. Then I thought about people, lazy people that are just having a piss in the pool. And in public swimming baths, we don't have that shaming dye that I think it's known as, where everything around you turns blue in reaction to your urine. So it's like everyone can point at you. So I realised I was swimming in soup. That was the last time I used a public swimming bath. Fuck that. Donkey knob. Then don't call me a heathen in ye Christian tone. Yeah. Donkey socks are pretty impressive. I've never seen a donkey with socks on, so I'll leave you guys to talk about whatever unusual fetishes you've got. You know, it's all good. All good. You are a heathen. Fucking heathen. You're a heathen, so you are. I wish I hadn't done that now, because I've just witnessed what I look like. Fuck me. I believe in Jesus. I just don't believe he was the Son of God. I don't believe a single God. I believe in a creator. You know, I've said in many videos that I do have faith. I have a faith, but I don't really fit into any of the more established conventional religions. I'm probably more of an agnostic than anything else. But I've got, again, you know, I am pro freedom of speech. So just, yeah, hash it out amongst your religions. But just, yeah, keep yourselves happy with each other, you know. If you don't mind, I'd rather not argue with you, as Terry likes positivity. Just as I've just said that, that's positivity, and I'd like to try and reflect that value. Yeah, that's lovely. And I think everyone's like that. Everyone here is like that. Every now and then we'll get someone rogue coming in, and that's what Outrider and Lulu's there for, and Lana. You know, they'll clock you, and if you're wrong, you're gone. You know. Yeah, everyone's entitled to their own opinions, and again, I promote free speech on this channel, and if it comes back to bite me in the arse, it comes back to bite me in the arse. If it comes to bite me in the arse, I'll bite back, because it's freedom of speech. Who's got the right to tell you what you can and can't say? Fuck them. Exactly, Bo Witchy. Yeah. We all do have the freedom to believe in what we feel and resonate with, and I think that's a really, really healthy way of being. You know, just because I mean, Lulu knows I'm not a Christian, but she doesn't go hell for leather in the comments section slagging me off. You know, we all get on. We get on, and that's how it should be. We all have our own beliefs and respects and accept each other. Yeah, we do. That's how it should be. That's how society should be. And this is why I've got a massive fucking problem with Islam, because it's oil and water. It doesn't mix with any other religion or ideology. It doesn't mix with any of them. It's all about violence and disgusting practices, you know, in general, including animals. So I would definitely have a very, very interesting first 48 hours in jail, in a jail where the wings are ran by Muslims, Islamic Muslims. Yeah. But it will never get to that, because I will die defending my castle. I'll never go to jail. I would go to, if I knew that I'd committed a crime that was so bad that I deserved to go to jail, then I would be able to find some sort of justification in that to some degree. Again, it depends on what it is. But yeah, generally speaking, I'm not, you know, try turning up to my house to take me to jail because of something that I've said. You know, fuck you. You know, fuck around and find out. I love you, are passionate about your faith, but it's not for me. No need to be like a Muslim. No one's being a Muslim, you know. And again, we're going to end up with people that are very passionate about specific topics and subjects. And one of the downsides to the live chat, is that it is all just a sequence of characters with spaces here and there, and a little bit of grammar if you can be asked to throw it in there. You know, it can be misinterpreted and misunderstood. You know, there's no tone of voice in the chat. There's no eye contact. There's no body language. There's nothing. Just words. So just as long as everyone's aware of that, there's no need for anyone to get offended by anyone here. That's not what we're about. We're about the opposite. We have to be strong and organised. The revolution will be bloody and violent. I'm with you on that. I'm absolutely with you on that, Michael. I know. I can't see any other way around it. Neither can I. This is what I'm saying. So me talking about it and explaining that on live streams and in videos and stuff, the concept of what's coming and the actual reality of it is very, very, very different. And I don't believe that everyone's ready for it. Even in our little tribe, I don't believe everyone's ready for it. You know, I was saying 4 years ago that it's 90% mental preparedness. Is you've got to get your mind right. And one of the best ways to get your mind right is by wargaming stuff, worst case scenarios, that sort of thing. Just jumping into, you know, get it into your head, you know, as uncomfortable as it might make you feel. Start wargaming stuff in your head, and that'll put you in a place of strength. It will. And preparedness. We are the good people, Maria. We are. Yeah, we're going to be that's what I'm saying. We'll be the voice of reason when everyone's losing their shit because they don't realise what's just happened. They didn't see all of this building up to what it's going to build up to. They didn't see any of it. And then there'll be those that sort of did kind of get an inkling, but then they just kind of, you know, la 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 la, or bury their heads in the sand, which is, it's not going to help you doing that. You have to face your fears. And prepare for them. We have to be strong and organized. Yeah, that's that. I could read that over and over and over. I'd like to say, we more of a minority of good. I don't know, bro. I think if you think about, right, so I know, right, so let me just get a few things into context here, guys, right? So this is my actual brother, right? And there are 6 of us, and only one got jabbed, the predictable one. So I've got a brother and one other sister that I do connect with. The others, I've not really got any. I've not got the time of day for them. People are people, whether they're connected to you by blood or not. But my brother he's switched on, you know, and yeah. But I disagree with you, bro. I think if you look around, if you're trying to gauge that based on the amount of people that you see that are awake, and again, I use that term very loosely, right? If you gauge people based on their level of awakeness, then you are going to see us as a minority. But what you need to be looking out for is the potentials, and they are everywhere. Everywhere. Who converted in jail to Islam? He was absolutely brainwashed. Bo Witchy, you've just given me an example of an extremely weak-minded person, easily manipulated, the opposite of a warrior. You know, they're out there. But I think when it comes to taking sides, they'll join us because we are the origins of their origin. He was saying it's okay to marry. All right, so not only is he weak, he's a nonce as well. You see, this again. So their ideology is so fucking twisted, right? That they'll take weak-minded people and say, if you die in the name of Islam, you'll end up with a load of virgins. Loads, like take your pick, you'll be like sport for choice. And that it's acceptable within our ideology to have sex with underage, well, let's just call it what they are, children, you know? So if you've got a weak-minded, perverted fuckwit being converted, or someone trying to convert them to Islam, and it fits lots and lots of the things that they're into, then they're going to go for it, you know? Saying it's, yeah. He made my blood boil. He truly believed what he was saying was justified and okay. Yeah, there are people out there. We're seeing it. You know, we can see it on a daily basis. But I do think that most people are inherently good. They're just naive, you know, and that's where we come in, and we have to just keep just keep pushing, you know, and more's coming out as well. So that's helping our cause. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just going to sit and watch how this conversation pans out for a second, whilst I roll myself another fag, because there's a reason why we've got moderators, even though there's only a few of us, but there's 16 of us now. But people will be dipping in and dipping out, going off and doing stuff, and then coming back and joining us again. Especially now that I've kind of given us a cut-off point at around midnight. So that they know when it will be done and dusted. But it is always about being respectful to each other in the comment section of pre-recorded videos, in the chat section of our live streams. We have to be mutually respectful, and negativity isn't. It's right. Look, negativity is a realistic aspect of what we're living through right now. Right? It's not particularly positive. You know, it's not all fluffy clouds and fucking rainbows. We know this, you know, and that's why we're preparing for it. And so there are people that feel negative, but you can turn that into a positive. It is possible, you know. I do it all the time. I do. I try and keep balance. So if you're not prepared to, if you're not prepared to kind of go with the flow of everyone, and you can put your point across, someone else will put their point across. This is how we learn from each other and how we grow. That's true wealth, you know. It's not a monetary thing. That's true wealth. As far as I'm concerned, the conversation is ended regarding beliefs, so I will not be replying. No bad feelings on my part. Good on you, Lulu. Yeah, I think we should leave it at that. Leave it at that. And you know, if Keltoy or Celtoy wants to, it's me and Lulu disagree, so end of conversation. If that wants to be, if that's the end of the conversation, that's the end of the conversation. Start off a fresh thread. We say Fred. Pete will know. We say Fred in Nottingham. We don't use the TH. It's lazy English, but it's my heritage. Same as the Irish. They don't pronounce the TH. I've got a feeling that one of our lovely Irish friends is watching us right now. He's definitely one of the 18 that's watching now. A little bit of input to keep from her. Oh, perfect, Lulu. Perfect. Do you know, honestly, the amount I've mentioned in a previous live stream that I've been in quite a lot of fights in my life, but I've never started one. It's either been I've been trying to break a fight up and got caught up in it, or I've been trying to defend someone that couldn't defend themselves. But I do pride myself on being a half decent mediator, you know. And it's amazing how you can talk people down, and I can do that. Generally, I can do that. So when I see an ending to what was starting out to be a negative exchange turns out like that, I feel like fucking screenshotting it because it just makes me feel warm. You know, it's doable. You know, this is a community of people that have got to be, we need to be acceptant of each other, because we've all got, regardless of religion, colour, creed, you know, sexuality, whatever, I don't give a fuck, right? We've all got a common concern, a common goal. And that's what we need to focus on, you know, putting all of our, what could be seen as petty differences aside, because we are at one. We are one. You know, this community, we are one. And we need to make sure that, again, going against what the government are doing, we need to be including ourselves and finding ways of working with each other and talking to each other with respect, even though we've got differences. And sometimes it needs to get a little bit heated before it mellows down again, you know, just so everyone knows what's what, and, you know, who, what everyone's about. And, you know, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. So I love that. Well done, guys. Beautifully, beautifully turned around. Yeah, much love. We do all have different views, but we've all got the same problems. We've all got the same concerns moving forward. So we have to unite. They want to divide us, you know, whether that's, they've already done that with COVID, you know, they separated mum from dad, dad from daughter, mum from son. I've gone through the list. You know, you think about all the dynamics of a big family. They came in and fucked that up. And they've got to pay for it. They've got to pay for it. I'm the idea, and I know this is maybe a little bit dark, because I'm all about love, you know. I'm a lover and a fighter. And the idea of dragging these people that have definitely committed multiple crimes against humanity, dragged through the streets and left to the angry mob as a punishment. I look forward to that, you know. Fauci, he's going to run out of money at some point. He's out of a job, and he's no longer getting no longer getting federal protection. So I think it's quite possible that something like that will happen over here at some point. So, but I can't incite violence, but I am, you know. Knock on my fucking door. Knock on my door. You know, it is an eye for an eye. Look at what you've done to our fucking country. Look at what you're doing to our children. And you don't, and you think that I don't want to get some sort of justice, proper justice against any of the nefarious, you know, 77th Brigade or the police that might be monitoring this channel. This is why I've tried to keep the channel small, to try and avoid that. But it could get to the point where it's unavoidable, you know. But they need to understand that my anger and my constant yearning for proper fucking justice is justified. Completely justified. And there'll be a lot of pigs out there that will know that. They're like, yeah, you know, he's got a fair point. I just listened to him. I've looked at a few of his other videos. He's got a fair point. Because we've got a fair point. These people are criminals, and sick criminals at that. And I don't want our taxpayers' money going towards keeping them safe and fed and nice and warm and clean clothes. And fuck that. What sort of a punishment's that for a crime that fucking monumental? Really? Fuck them. They've got exactly what's coming to them, and they still believe that they. You look at them, you listen to some of their photo ops, you know, when they're doing press releases or they're going around to schools and talking absolute bollocks to everyone else, and they think they've got this nailed. They really do. They are so cocksure of themselves that they genuinely believe that they're gonna win this. They really do believe it, you know. And I 100% believe that they're not gonna. They're not. And again, I'm a realist. I've taken so many aspects of this into account to arrive at that conclusion. It's unreal. Bear with me. You're gonna do a wait. No wait. I've just let them out, so I'm going to have to get up at some point and let them back in again. So, if you think about, look, we're all of us, you know. I don't think we've got any bots in the chat, you know. Fortunately, we've kept small, so chances of bots are slim to zero. You know, we'll get the occasional troll that doesn't know what they're talking about, doesn't really understand the concept of what this channel is all about and this community is all about. But other than that, we've got genuine, honest people that have a lot of you guys have been drawn towards this community because you find it resonates with you, you know. But you will all have made mistakes in your life at some point, and then felt at some point accountable for those mistakes. So in many ways, we punish ourselves way more than any fucking court can punish us. You know, my inner critic is unbelievably brutal, you know, but it keeps me in check and it keeps me balanced. So no one can punish me more than I can punish me. So it's all about accountability. We take accountability for our actions. I don't doubt there's anyone in this chat here or watching this that's not taking into account their mistakes and not giving themselves a lot of shit for it, you know. So these people are psychopaths and narcissists and sociopaths, and in some cases all three. So they don't see that. They don't have an inner critic giving them a hard time off a stupid mistake they made, or a stupid remark they made, or upsetting someone for, you know, but unintentionally. And then, you know, they don't beat themselves up about stuff like that because they've got mental disorders. We've literally got people with mental disorders running our country. You couldn't make this shit up. If they were to do some sort of psycho evaluation on us, we'd fare well. We would, because we're utterly rational. You know, the people running this country are irrational and weak, order following, damaged individuals running our country. And we all know this. We all know this. Love does rock, Michael. It does. It's very, 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 very powerful. All walking our own personal paths. Yes, we are. Yeah, and that's what I mean. You've got to find your own uniqueness. And when you find your own uniqueness, when you stop becoming what you think other people want you to be, and you become what you want to be, then you become authentic. And there's nothing higher than that. Okay. Authenticity is key. Achieving authenticity is difficult, but not impossible. And I can guarantee that most of you guys are there already, or at least well on your way, which is more than can be said for the vast majority of the population at the moment. Yeah, that was lovely. That was well put, Boho Witchy. Again, love your new profile pic. Bet we all have that in common. We didn't get the Britney Spears. Most of us, Lulu, but there are some of our little tribe that are respected just as much, that did fall for it initially, you know. But I'll always be honest and say that there was always a choice. You just made the wrong choice for the wrong reasons, or the wrong choice for the right reasons. When people say, we wanted to go on holiday, you know, that's one of the shittest ones of the lot, if I'm honest. You know, I get how some people would have been coerced, still a choice, but coerced into getting the jab to keep their job. If they knew a little bit more about the law, but then they'll know that now. And I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say any more about that, because these lovely people that are part of our tribe and integrate well with us, they will have beaten themselves up way more than I can, or any of you guys can, you know. And most of us learn from our mistakes. And but then we learn to make new ones. Yay! And then we'll learn from them. Yeah, Alex Belfield. Yeah, they were trying to just make. They just want to make an example of him, Pete. That's all they were doing, making an example of Alex Belfield, because I mean, the guy was a bit of a fucking knobhead anyway, to be fair. And he was at ex-BBC as well, you know. I didn't particularly gel with him, but that was an excessive. He was one of the first examples, you know, making an example to put fear into people, to shut their mouths. Whereas I know for a fact I'm surrounded by people virtually that will never shut their mouths because they know the truth is the truth. The truth is absolute, and I will continue to speak the truth. Is that it? It's that simple. It's that simple. You got to own it. Yeah, it was a disgrace. Again, I wasn't a massive fan of Alex. You know, I think but again, I do think that he played a part in being very outspoken and waking a few people up to join the ranks. So I do think he played a part. But yeah, that sentence was way too high because they were looking after their own. You know, Alex Belfield had he was like a dog with a bone when it came to that what was his name? It was a certain DJ that is a proper knob, proper fucking knob. You know, if I could write down a list of say 20 proper knobs, he'd be in that list. He'd be the first to come to mind. But I can't remember his name because I'm shit with names, and I know someone will bring it up because they know why I went to jail. How do you know Belfield is a nonce? Once he gets out, I hope people will get behind him and offer support. Yeah, so do I, because I do think that he was trying to start his own thing up. He was trying to be separate. I think he felt very restricted by radio stations that he'd been part of in the past. He wanted to do his own thing and speak his own mind, and that's exactly what he did. And then he paid the price for it. And it's a price that he shouldn't have paid for it. Yes, he was a stalker. Again, we don't really know the fine details of this, but that was one of the charges, that he was a stalker. But yeah, I don't believe that he was a nonce at all. So Keltoy, yeah, just maybe just put a little bit of thought into your comments before you put them down, because there's absolutely no evidence whatsoever that Belfield was a nonce, and I don't want to go around defaming people. It's not what I do. It's not what we do, But yeah, he was charged with stalking. That was one of the charges. I don't think it was a politician, bro. I think it was another radio host. Jeremy Vine, thank you very much, Pete. So I was looking at one of your last comments, and then I've gone down and clocked that one. There is quite a force of strong guys about giving pushback. Bob from Speaker's Corner is a good example. Let me write that down, Lulu. You see, because I follow my own path. Sometimes I don't go down the more well-known common paths, or there's certain names that I don't recognise and stuff like that. But this can enhance things, for me. And it's lovely to know that Speaker's Corner, as long as it doesn't get taken over by Islam, is an amazing concept, that you can say whatever the fuck you want from Speaker's Corner. Bob, I mean that he's written 5 books. So. Yeah, Keltoy, just ease up, mate. Ease up. He's in jail. I don't know if you've ever been to jail, Keltoy. Not pleasant. and it certainly didn't warrant a 5-year sentence, you know. So don't be so harsh on him, mate. You know, I get where you're coming from. You obviously don't like him, but you know, good point, Pete. Open, close doesn't stop them, but that's because of the system. We've allowed the system to. You see, they're all order followers. They're all following the orders. You know, so if you've got frigates and stuff, you know, and ships that would be normally be utilized for rescuing people that have, like, their engines have gone across the channel, you know, they send out for help, blah blah blah, but they're all following orders, and they're all following the wrong orders. And again, the leaders of our Royal Navy should also be the leaders, should be brought up on charges of fucking hell, it's gone, treason. You know, if you're not protecting us from people that are killing our kids and raping our women, then you're not functioning as a Royal Navy. You're part of the problem. Well, again, it's all made up of yes sir, no sir. You know, they're all fucking drones. Yeah. Is Jeremy Vine a cross-dresser, Maria? Because I'm looking at those ruby slippers there and thinking maybe Liz Green was politician also stalked for supposedly. I've got no idea. Yeah, Bob, is that all I put in, Lulu? Just Bob Speaker's Corner, because I just remind me of a shit joke. Yeah, would you call a man with no arms and no legs in the water? Bob. I did say it was going to be shit. Well, again, that's another thing, you know, Speaker's Corner is not that massive, and you've got loads and loads of people that are all jostling for something to say. They've all got something to say, you know. And I think, I'm not sure what video it was, but I plugged a fellow Nottingham, he's a street vlogger, you know, and the amount of racism that there is out there against white people is just ridiculous. It's off the charts. Yet it's perfectly okay for them to say, I don't want to speak to white people. I don't like the white people. Take the white people and fuck them off, and then we will take over your country. Now, I would like a score out of 10 for that particular accent. It's just me Irish and Scottish is pretty shit. But yeah, everyone is incredibly racist in this country, other than us, and we're the one that gets chastised for it. You know, fuck that. We've got to fight against a system that is oppressing us and making our lives miserable. We've got to fight. We've got to fight it, because, as I've said in previous videos, harsh language isn't going to do the job. You know, going out there with placards saying, give us a fucking break, isn't going to do the job. It doesn't matter how many there are, you know, how many shows of face as there are. Hey up, Ruth. I've just seen you just click in there, sweetheart. Hope you and hubby are all right. He's got a YouTube channel, a photo shot in the office with his 7-inch heels. Well, I mean, look, you know, when I was about 14, something like that, I had a real crush on this girl that was, she didn't live there, but she visited a lot to one of my neighbours, and I really, really liked her. And I ended up I was just so, I think I love you. You know how you are at that age. And I allowed Michelle, my next sister down, and her to dress me up as a girl, makeup, you know, fucking lipstick, high-heeled shoes, tights, a skirt, you know. I'm no tranny. They don't get more of a bloke than me, right? Let me just clarify. I'm not into that shit, right? And then we went out into the streets, and it was a very heavily student, like nearly all of the houses that were rented around there were rented by students, because a lot of people were training for the QMC, the Queen's Medical Centre in Nottingham, which is a university hospital. But then loads of other students for loads of other reasons as well. And so I'm in a set of high heels that are maybe 2-3 sizes too big for me. And there was a group of students coming this way. I turned around, a group of students coming that way. They both took off and left me on this busy main road in the middle of Dunkirk. Not Dunkirk, France, Dunkirk, Nottingham, right? Just left me there. I'm thinking, what the fuck? You know, what do I do? So I did what a chick would do when trying to get out of a dodgy situation. I kicked off my heels and ran like fuck. Oh, I wish I'd not told you about that. Anyway. Yeah, so I didn't know about the whole 7-inch heels thing. I didn't do it out of choice. I did it out of love. Bob is a legend and a real warrior. It's nice to we've got a nice little consensus going on here, and massive anti-white, anti-Jew sentiment. Who has? You're talking about Bob? I can't be right. Great. Oh, Watcher's in. Hey, Watcher. You all right, matey? Good to see you. Good to see you, man. Yeah, I'll look him up. If he's got a YouTube channel, then can anyone tell me what the actual YouTube channel's called? Because all I've got is Bob Speaker's Corner. You know, I could be going through hours and hours of content and not knowing which Bob's what. You know. Where is your elephant? Elephant. That one. I've got a few in the house, mate. I've always had a great, deep love for the continent of Africa, you know, and the culture there. I love it. Yeah, I've just gone and done a very stereotypical racist African man, anti-white African man. Again, this was all filmed on video. It's there in a short, it's a pinned comment in one of either the last or the one before that video. And he's invited me along as well to like, you know, bounce off each other whilst he's doing his thing and me doing my thing and discussing things. But I'd need to get another memory card, and even then, this phone's not playing ball. I have to delete stuff all the time. You know, even though I've got everything to go straight to my SD card, it's just not working out that way. So, but it would be interesting. And he's not got a massive channel. I think it's about 10.5, something like that. But he's got a very, very nice approach, really, really kind of neutral approach towards everyone. You know, he's one of these, I'll speak to you how I expect to be spoken to kind of guys. So when he gets someone that's like really fucking offensive or even racist towards him, you know, he'll open his mouth. He'll open his mouth. You know, we all should. Zero tolerance, you know. Don't accuse me of being a racist when I'm surrounded by people of a different colour to me that don't like me because of my colour. But it's perfectly acceptable. Fuck that. Nice Nigerian could smell the Uganda dollars. I don't get what you mean by that, bro, but I'm sure it makes sense. Hulu. You hate me now, don't you, lol? Don't fish for it. Keep it light, you know. In fact, if anything, just hey up, Paul. Good to see you, matey. I've only just spotted you. You just come up in the comments. Nice to see you, my friend. Yeah, you know, if you want to strike up another topic of something, we can all bounce off it. It's not a problem. But yeah, don't goad anyone, because if you goad people, it will be tolerated, because we are a very tolerant little community here, you know. But I think if you goad people too much, they'll just fuck you off, mate. And I've put that responsibility into their hands for that specific reason. You know, it is free speech. It is absolutely free speech. But it should be about what's going on, you know, and not having a go at each other. No need. I'm going to go for one more quick slash, ladies and gentlemen. Then I'll drink my drink, and then we've got 19 people now. You know, this happens every time. I start to kind of wind things down, and loads of people jump in. So it might be a little bit past midnight. We'll see how it goes. Right, where are we? African accent, elephant, all related to the accent you did. Yeah. What are you doing here? So so I can do an African person's accent, but then there are people that live in South Africa that are known as the Boers. Now, I don't know if anyone's seen that clip. Let me know in the chat if you've seen that clip. And it's an entire fuck off world class stadium full to the brim of native Africans, right? All saying death to the Boers. Now the Boers are white people, that were, to be fair, they at one point they were the maybe part of the reason why there was a division there, the apartheid, and so some would say they brought it on themselves, but an entire stadium full up to the point where there was standing room only, even on the pitch, all chanting death to the Boers. White people, white people that turned a third world country, again, it just depends on your perspective, turned a third world country into a functional one that had an economy and, impressive architecture and stuff like that. But it did come at a cost, it did come at a cost. Is Lily gone? Ciao for now, Lily. Much love. Much for love. So yeah, I mean, if you had a stadium full of people saying death to the blacks, there'd be uproar, global uproar, and rightfully so, right? So they shouldn't be able to turn around and say death to the Boers, because that's just, that's inciting racial violence, and that shouldn't be happening. It shouldn't be happening. Everything's so fucked up. And I can remember back when I, before I was shadow banned on Facebook. You see, if you go on if you go into my Facebook page, right, which isn't listed on the channel, right, you'll see that I've got thousands and thousands of friends. Now I can't send anything to any of them. But what I've done is I've accepted their friend request, accept for two reasons, right? Because Facebook is useless to me, absolutely useless to me, because I can't share information, and that's key, which is something that I can do on YouTube, at least for now. So those two reasons. The first one is that I can act as a conduit then between other people that aren't friends with each other. They can then send friend requests to people through me, and then any asleep member of my family or extended members of my family and friends that are still fast asleep will think, why has he got thousands and thousands of friends on Facebook? Then hopefully they'll start to look into the nature of the content of each one of these friends, all saying the same thing, all stop, all saying the same thing, all not parroting, but kind of reverberating the same message about the WEF, about the WHO, about socialism, about how corrupt our political system is, and every single political system, mainly across the world, you know. And hopefully that will kind of get their attention, because I can't do it directly. So I'm trying to do it indirectly. And, you know, we've got to make the most with the tools that we've got, you know, and then learn to make new tools. If you're not a troll, please don't come across as one. All I can say, sell toy or Chell toy or whatever. I don't know how to pronounce your username, mate. But I said earlier on that text can be misinterpreted so easily, because they're just characters on a screen. There's no eye contact, no tone of voice, no body language. And 90% of communication is non-verbal, right? So you take all those things into account. People might misconstrue some of your messages as being goading, like that you're goading for trying to get a rise out of people. So just all I'm saying is just take that into account, bear that in mind. And we'll have no problems, you know, and we might learn a bit from you. You might learn a bit from us, you know, it's all good in the hood. Yeah, Ruth, the wind, it's just blown a plastic greenhouse over that keeps blowing over anyway, you know. I could sit here and go and the fucking thing will blow over. But I know that people in the Lake District, Scotland, Northern Ireland, and the northern parts of Ireland have been hit. You know, there's been a fair amount of damage done, but I think for them to turn around and give it a red, you know, and say that it's a once in a generation event. You see, I know someone. I'm in daily communication with one of our little tribes that lives in Ireland, and she said that, you know, as soon as that alert came up, when she's passed Lidl or Aldi or whatever, it's like people are shopping for Christmas, you know. And I try to throw a silver lining, because I'll always find a silver lining. No matter what you throw at me, I will turn it around. But you can throw something positive at me, I'll turn that around as well. So I just said that there is a possibility that some of these people, off the back of things like this, statistically speaking, will become preppers. And if they become preppers, they'll start to look at prepping channels, and especially prepping channels that have now generally become like an echo chamber for the news, but giving an alternative perspective on the news. And hopefully we'll kind of come around, you know. Yeah, I know people that have become preppers off the back of what was it called again? The toilet roll drought or something like that. Toilet roll again. Do you watch any of the council meetings on YouTube? I do from time to time, Addy and Guess's mum. Please tell me what your name is. You know, no one's going to be able to find anything out about you. And if you've told me already and I've missed your comment, I do apologise. But I'd rather call you your name as opposed to Addy and Guess's mum. Yeah, I do watch a few, and they do seem to be getting more and more passionate in the audience, you know, which is reassuring. And yeah, it's good. It's a good thing to watch. I'm not a troll. If you're paranoid, that's your problem. Again, it's just, you know, just be polite, mate. That's all, you know. No one's got a problem as long as you've not got a problem. Everyone gets on. I hope everyone else is just ignoring. Yeah, yeah, we'll see how it goes, brother. But remember, you and Lulu, it's in your hands. That's down to you to make that call. You only have to watch the MMS news. Hardly any Indigenous people left on there. Well, it's not just there. It's like, so I don't know how many of you guys are paying for a TV license. I mean, I can't get my head around anyone that's got a TV license or actually watches that shit. But I do know that there are people out there that are watching, that will watch the BBC News and other mainstream media news outlets to get their take on things, just to see how much bullshit they're actually spouting on a daily basis to people that are fast asleep and completely unaware of the fact that they're just being brainwashed more and more and more as each day passes. But one thing I have noticed is that on YouTube ads, for example, they're all of the YouTube ads that I see on my phone when I'm watching other people's content are geared towards British people, because that's how the algorithms work. It's a regional thing. It just makes perfect business sense. You're not going to try and sell something or be very, very British and try and sell something that's very British in Rwanda or India, you know? So the BBC are meant to be, they're meant to kind of give impartiality and represent the country and all of its like subsections, you know. So Black, Asian, white English, you get the idea. So if the country or the UK as a whole is, say, 70% white, because it was they are originally white nations. I don't know why I'm having to fucking justify that. So why is it that every single fucking advert that I see is black guy, black woman, another black woman, some white guy that's opening a car door to allow a black person into the car, or mixed race couples where she's black and he's white, or he's black and she's white. You know, that's not realistic of the demographic, the overall demographic of this nation of ours. You know, it fucks me off. I've not got anything against my own brother will back me up in saying that we were born into mixed race. Our oldest sister, before I even came onto this earth, my oldest sister, half Indian. My youngest sister, our youngest sister, married to a Yardie, a black dude, you know, a Jamaican lad. So my two, I've got a nephew and a niece, both mixed race. So it's normal for me. So I've not got an issue with mixed race. But I have got a fucking issue with it being overrepresented, represented when it's not. It's not accurate of the demographic of the country. You know, I would rather take a TV license fee and go and give it to a tramp than give it to them. These pedo protecting cunts, and I don't use that word very often. Yeah, it was fine before Lulu turned up. I don't know what I've done wrong. I think if you scroll back through, just reflect, mate. That's all. You know, we all reflect. And right, where are we? I'm sure it was not intended. Are you a child? Guys, do what you got to do. You're not stupid to this YouTube tribe mentality. Yeah, if ever there was a reason, I don't know who fucked him off, but well done. It was he had it coming. You know, there's nothing wrong with we can have discussions and be adult about it. We can exchange our differences in opinion. I've done it. I've done it with Lulu. I remember Lulu saying, "Stop calling it a book," and out of respect, I called it the Bible, and I continued to call it that. You know, just out of respect. You know, I'm more than happy to compromise. You know, I've had my little moments with a few people, and we've worked it out. We've figured it out. We've worked it out. But if you're consistently being a prick, then it's affecting everyone else. It brings the vibe down, and there's no need for that. We're realistic enough. You know, we're a very realistic group of people. We know what's happening out there. We've got a rough idea of what's coming generally, you know, so we know what's what, and we're realistic about it. We don't paint it with like fluffy clouds and daffodils and little birds tweeting around. We know that life's not like that, and we're realistic, and we're able to communicate that with each other without being a dick. So yeah, it was a good call. Hello, Julia. Welcome back again, sweetheart. See, I love it when people dip in and dip out. I love it. It's nice. And whoever's sending those little love hearts, much appreciated. Let me send some back to you because it is meant. I am stating quiet. Hold on. Stating quiet because of the creator of this channel. Otherwise, you would be totally told what to do. I know you would, Lulu. He's gone now. He's gone. Yeah, we need to be. We have to look. Communication is vital. It's vital, and you can't really communicate if your freedom of speech is being curtailed, right? But there's a way of doing it without pissing loads of people off. And some people just need to learn how to do that. We do it. We manage it. You know, we've got differences. We've got differences in our opinion of religion. You know, we've got our differences of opinion in well-known figures. Yet we're able to function perfectly healthily, So there's no need for twats. No need. But we've got to give them a chance first, Give him a chance. And he had a good run. What was you singing? Do you want to hear me sing? Because whether you want to or not, it's not happening. Right. We've Julia, have you got a YouTube channel where you sing? Because I don't know if any. I know that some of you guys have got active channels. I know you have, and I'm subscribed to them. I'm subscribed to them all, but I can't subscribe to a channel if I don't know whether or not it's active. If it's active, I'll get in there. I will. Yeah, there aren't enough Christians, Ruth. I agree. You know that I've said I'm not a Christian, or maybe I am. But I do have faith, and it's strong and unwavering. And it's kind of and it's not all kind of built entirely on logic, because you can't prove shit, can you? But again, this is another thing. We all accept each other because we do have a connection. There is a common thread that runs throughout all of us, and that's important that we have that connection, and we'll keep that connection going. Unless we have a CME, or I get taken out. That's the only time I'll stop broadcasting. That's the only time I'll stop any of this is when I'm dead. That's it. I'm very committed, because and I'm pretty sure I've said in the past that there's part of me that believes, that genuinely believes that I'm not prepping for me. I'm not doing this for me. Somewhere lurking in my mind, this is to keep pushing someone forward that's going to make all the difference. Or it might be Reese. I don't know, but I don't think it's for me. Everyone, I'm aware that everyone needs to feel some sort of reason for being. It's on the lips of anyone that's got a deep enough mind. What's this all about? Why am I here? What's my purpose? These are big, profound questions that a lot of us ask each other and ask ourselves. And I think we're slowly finding out what our purposes are. So if I was a Christian, which, like I said, I'm not, maybe we could be construed or depicted from Christians as Christian soldiers. That'd be great, Julia. Yeah, I'd love that. We've got a very, 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 very talented musical artist in the chat, but I don't know if he wants me to mention that, you know, because he's quite discreet about it. I think he's pretty good, you know. He's very, very individual, very unique. He writes his own songs. He writes his own music, and he plays his own instruments, you know. Triple talented, but also very humble, and doesn't appear to want any limelight on him. So until I get a thumbs up from him, I won't tell you who he is. I'm a tree hugger. And I have been for years because I love them. I love trees, you know, I love them. And they just kind of, yeah. And what goes on underneath the root system as well, you know, a tree can send information out that it's in distress, and that gets passed through all of the fungus, that information, you know, symbiosis, mutually beneficial. And that information get passed on to a healthy tree, and that healthy tree will send nutrients through the fungus into the tree that's in distress. This is a fact. Look it up. Oh, I'm not going to give you a song. Fuck that, Lulu. I'm not in singing. I'm not in singing mode, but I'm not bad, you know. I started singing in my school choir, you know, and we did all right. We were good. We were good. No, it's not happening. Fuck that. It's not happening. If I was still, you know, if I'd have had a few beers down me, you know, a few vodkas or whatever, I may have considered putting an instrumental on and sang a little bit for you. No, it's not happening. It's not happening. No, it's not happening. Get Outrider on next live. He can sing to us. She's Lulu's sussed that out. Nothing to do with me. I do. Hey, Julia, I do. I sing. You know, not constantly, but I sing every day. And on a Friday night, sometimes during the weeknight, I love a fucking good dance in the kitchen as well. You know, I love dancing. I love it. It's good for you. You know, I'm not ashamed to admit that. A lot of blokes would like, I'm not admitting to dancing in the kitchen. You know, fuck it. Makes you feel good, and it'll inspire others to do the same. You know, what a lovely inspiration to pass on, to dance, you know, and sing, even if you can't sing. It's good for you. It's really good for the soul. Keeps your vibrations up. Monty Python. Always look at the bright side of life. I love that song. And you know what? If you think about it, I know it's a film, but even in our darkest despair, and I know that most of us have our moments, you know. We're British, most of us, and we don't quit. We don't give up. We find coping mechanisms that help us to keep moving forward at worst, and help us to thrive at best. So I'm going to, you want me to shake my hips? Oh, I might do that for you. Oh, fucking hell. I'm being manipulated here, you fuckers. Now I can look. Hey, look! I've got snake hips. You know, I can dance. I can dance. My singing's not bad, not too bad, you know. But I'm not going to do it on a live stream because I'm just too self-conscious, you know. I really am, and I think most of you guys are as well. Maybe not Lulu. She's not self-conscious. She's like, fuck it, this is me, you know. And I know there's a few of you other guys out there that are very similar. Shakira. Oh, the temptation was there, but it was momentary, and it's gone. It's gone. So I do think we're going to, sadly, very sadly, you know, now that we've got rid of, you know, it's kind of the vibe has just picked up. Look at all of these happy, smiley, chuffed emojis, apart from Outriders to Lulu, which has got a very, very stoned, like I'm really fucked, but I'm happy. Nice combination there, Outrider, Michael. Are you a dancer, Maria? Right. Well, Maria, you know, just because you've literally got a channel, you know, utilize it, right? So then I'll dance on a live stream if you dance in a video or a live stream on your channel. Okay. Until then, it's not happening. So we are gonna call it a day, guys. It's almost impossible for us to keep it under 5 hours because we get flow, and I love flow, you know, and flow generally only really occurs when you've got the right people around you, you know, to bounce off a really nice chemistry with people that I've never spoken to or met. So fingers crossed for a late spring gathering, if you can make it. It's kind of sort of in the hands of someone else at the moment, but then we'll get our heads together and finalize the kind of finishing touches to it to make sure that it's memorable for anyone that attends. You know who you are. But until then, I will bid you good night. I send you genuine love, and I really do appreciate you just being part of this, you know, because this is special. It is special, and we need to keep it going. So sweet dreams, everybody. And yeah, much love to you all, and ciao for now.